Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna kogabu.
I Oh, I thought I'd remove that. So let me remove that immediately and right now. That the thing usually lands on my bald head, and there is my bald head right there. So good day to you. Good to see you. And how are you? So good day to you. Good to see you. And how are you? Another banging session in the offing. So uh, thankfully today there's plenty of news to go through. So we'll go through them in sequence. And I already see that an A-star assembly is already congregating on the studio. So it's all set to be a banging session. A banging session. So good day to you. Good to have you here. And how are you? Always a delight to be in your company. Let me remove that all eyes on the judiciary and replace it with something else. Hold on. Let's replace it. Hold on. That should be different. All right. Let's leave that for the moment. It should be this one. Yes, yeah, it should be that one. Yeah, it should be that one. So, but really, it should be all eyes on the judiciary. So maybe that was a Freudian thing. But before we go to the headlines, let's do the administrative stuff first. So we want to see the likes mirroring somewhat the viewership for this particular session, because all too often you see 180, sometimes 200, just roughly round about those figures. But then when you look at the likes, you see about 50 thereabouts, nowhere in relationship with the numbers of people watching at any point in time. So if you want to make sure that we want to try and hit a minimum of 100 likes today, and you can set us off on our way by clicking on the like button yourself. So click on the like button immediately and right now. So click on the like button, and if you're not already subscribed, please do that as well. We're trying to push up our numbers within the YouTube space. So, and of course, it's the likes and the subscriptions that push you up the YouTube space. So click on like, click on subscribe, and then the hyperlink that says StreamYard, that is immediate to hand in the studio. So that's your ticket to come and join us. If you want to come and be part of the conversation, then just click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. It brings you into a studio space. Soon as I finish reading out the body of the talking points, then I'll let you onto the screen and invite your thoughts. There's nothing complex or nothing complicated. So that's how it's done. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So what are we looking at today? So it looks as though now all of the anticipation this was actually meant to happen sometime in November, but it looks as though it's coming quicker than we anticipated. The Supreme Court has set a date, and it looks as though all of these shenanigans is about to come to an abrupt end. Supreme Court fixes date for hearing on Atiku's petition against Tinubu. So now, it's circled and it's gone round everywhere, but now it looks as though this is about to birth in some space. So this is about to birth in some space, but where does it land? Let's find out when it's landing. I've already had the clues, but it says the Supreme Court has fixed the date for the hearing. Let's do that again. The Supreme Court has fixed the date for the hearing of the petition of Atiku Abubakar, the People's Democratic Party candidate in the 2023 presidential election, against President Bola Tinubu's election. According to a memo obtained by correspondents, the Apex Court fixed Monday, October the 23rd, for the hearing of the case. So Monday, so there it is right there. Monday, October the 23rd is essentially this week, the Monday coming. So it's Monday coming that Atiku knows his fate. Recall that the PDP candidate had on September the 18th filed 35 grounds appeal challenging the verdict of the presidential election petitions, which upheld, that should be the Presidential Election Petitions Tribunal, which upheld Tinubu's victory in the election. The 5-member panel, headed by Justice Hassan Samani, on September the 6th, dismissed the petitions filed by Atiku and his Labour Party counterpart, Peter Obi, for lack of merit. The former vice president had also appealed to the Supreme Court to file fresh evidence obtained from the Chicago State University against the president. Atiku had continued to insist that Tinubu's academic records are fraught with discrepancies and forgery, and asked the Apex Court to kick him out of office. So there it is right there. So whether the Apex Court is kicking Atiku Abubakar out of office or not, we'll find out in the shortest possible time. At least the process will start on Monday, but where quite it lands is in the lap of the gods. So, but hopefully within next 2 weeks, all of the noise will go away. At least it will peter down. It won't go away, of course, because we know what these noisemakers are like. But hopefully within the next 2 weeks, we'll see a bit of calm in troubled waters. So calm in troubled waters, but that calm will not be sustained for any length of time. So now the North are rumbling. The North are rumbling. Northern Muslims don't perpetrate evil in power like Christians. Southern Nigerians, says Sheikh Gumi. So, yes, the stoking of the ambers of religious and ethnic discord. This is what we know Sheikh Gumi for, and it never disappoints. So, typically, as always, as we always know him, Northern Muslims don't perpetrate evil in power like Christians, Southern Nigerians, says Sheikh Gumi. So there he is right there. Why this guy has not been jailed a long time ago? So that is to tell you that there's certain people above the law in that country. An Islamic cleric, Sheikh Ahmad Gumi, has said that Muslim officers don't perpetrate injustice like their Christian counterparts, even when they dominate security services. The cleric, in a video sermon of 14 minutes, posted on his official Facebook page, also said Christians and Southerners cannot be trusted with power in Nigeria like Northern Muslims. He said during former President Muhammadu Buhari's administration, a Christian cleric complained to him about Buhari's nepotism and the predominance of Muslims as head of security agencies. According to him, his reply was that Muslims are not as evil as Christians when they are in power. So this is actually a religious leader who wields he wields a lot of power, Sheikh Gumi, within that sector that he occupies. And this is what he's saying. This is what a leader of thought is saying. According to him, his reply was that Muslims are not as evil as Christians when they are in power. Well, he shouldn't lose any sleep then. There is no Christian near the seat of power in Nigeria. He said, during the Buhari presidency, a certain Christian cleric complained that Muslim officers were appointed heads of security organizations. My response was that Muslims would not use that as an advantage to maltreat anyone, whether they are Muslims or non-Muslims. In contrast, if they, Christians, are occupying those positions, they will destroy us. Check the history. Who murdered Saudana Ahmedu Bello? It was Major Chukuma Kaduna Nzogu. Who murdered Muritala Mohammed? It was Lieutenant Colonel Bukar Dinka. As for Ibrahim Babangida, he narrowly escaped death. Who was his aggressor? Gideon Oka, a northern Christian. You see, once you give these people power, they will use it to destroy you. A Tanzanian, one Ali Mazarau, once said, you don't give away power, and if you must, there have to be clear-cut conditions detailing a sharing formula. You must negotiate to have control of the defense and several other crucial agencies. But disgustingly, you cheaply surrender power, alluding to Buhari, and went into oblivion. Therefore, make no mistake, once the Israelis are allowed into this country, they will carry out clandestine operations, the elimination of prominent Islamic clerics. Why do you think they eliminated Sheikh Jafar Mahmoud Adam? Why was Sheikh Muhammad Awal, Albani murdered. The list of those to be eliminated is endless. This explains why we requested police protection during Buhari's administration. They provided us with police guards, and even though the president never liked my face, they did it anyway, because if something happens to me, the president will be held responsible. You want to bring the Mossad into our country. Let Tinubu be told that we are not oblivious to the plan. So allegedly, apparently, Tinubu is in cahoots with the Israelis to bring the Israeli Secret Services is the Mossad, MOSSAD. And this is what Sheikh Gumi is telling his followers that Tinubu is intended to bring into the country. You want to bring Mossad into our country. Let Tinubu be told that we are not oblivious to the plan. We are aware he must remove the FCT minister, or else he will have us to contend with. So yes, they are circling around Yemsin Wike, because the narrative builds up, of course, that Yemsin Wike is anti-Muslim. He's not even been there for barely 5 minutes. Again, let me repeat, as I earlier said, I replied to the Christian cleric that whether Muslim officers dominate all the security services, they don't perpetrate injustice like the Christian officers because they murdered Saudana, Tafawa Balewa, Murtala Mohammed, etc. In contrast, tell me which Christian leader was murdered by Muslims. Yes, well, there it is. Tell me how many Christian leaders we've had first. Then we'll be able to answer that question. Yet they kept babbling about Buhari's so-called nepotism. There was an element of nepotism under Buhari, I reckon. So that is an admission right there. So even the core heartland of northernness acknowledges that Buhari's administration was nepotistic. But our, that is the Muslim, but our nepotism is not evil because it does not harm anyone. If it cannot promote your interest, it won't harm it either. Here is the difference. That is why I keep warning that power should not slip from our hands into theirs. So power should not slip from our hands into theirs. So there's a clear chasm in the jump on tonight. Jump on. This is your space. This sort of talk. So there it is right there. So there it is. It's this is the forebinger of what is to come. So this is the forebinger of what is to come, and we're if Tinubu doesn't manage that space carefully, we're going to enter very dark and perilous times. We all know the relationship of Sheikh Gumi with the fundamentalist, of course. Christians can be trusted with Nigeria security, so I think this might well repeat what we've already read. Kaduna-based Islamic scholar Ahmed Gumi has said Christians cannot be trusted with security in the country. The controversial cleric said this in a video sermon of over 14 minutes posted on his official Facebook page. In the sermon, Gumi said the first coup d'etat in Nigeria was carried out by top Christian army officers. He argued that it is dangerous to entrust Nigeria's national security to the hands of Christians and Southerners. So Christians and Southerners. So now, the security architecture of Nigeria is unfortunately for Sheikh Gumi is in those two hands. Because of course, I don't know the religion of Lagbaja, the chief of army staff, but I do know he's a Yoruba man. So the IGP of school, he's a Yoruba man as well, and that's pretty much the security of Nigeria. So both the face-to-face, the public-facing security, which is the police, that's very much in the hands of the Yorubas. And then the more potent security, which is essentially the army, is in the hands of the Yorubas as well. So the Yorubas, to all intents and purposes, control all the guns, much to the chagrin of Sheikh Gumi. He argued that it is dangerous to entrust Nigeria's national security to the hands of Christians and Southerners. The cleric said Muslims are appointed into top security positions, only figureheads, and not in charge of military command or control. The sermon, which was delivered, pardon me, the sermon which was delivered in Hausa had the cleric saying, "It is a decoy. Muslims are the heads of the Ministry of Defense. Of what significance is it? The real people in charge of command and control, those holding the guns and shooting, are we the ones? Are we not the ones? They are playing us. We are not the ones. They are playing us. There is an agenda. All means of money and economic power have been hijacked by them. They are planning to deceive us for 4 years and get 8 years. They will not, inshallah." I want to tell you, there is no way Northerners doing their legitimate business will get 1 billion naira. Our rich people cannot get anything except those they trust. They only trust them because they are doing what they want. Anyone who's not loyal, they are not sure of, they will crush him in a few months. But is that not really the necessary template of any sitting government? Anyone that is not loyal to an administration then has no business in that administration. Surely it's a self-defeating hypothesis, isn't it, to say that you should insert within your government people that are not loyal to you. They will only come during elections, like it is done to spread grains to chicken. If they spread grains to chicken, that's all. Giving spaghetti to people is the solution. This spaghetti issue is a big deal. We are being cheated in this country and in a real mess. There was one Reverend Bishop. Okay, so it goes on, I think somewhat repetitive of what we've previously read. So let's leave that and abandon that there. But that's Sheikh Gumi as ever, as we know him. So that's Sheikh Gumi, of course, the fomenter of discord and distrust. The fomenter of discord and distrust. So now this one surprises me quite. Let me read it first, because this one really surprises me, and it looks as though a retrograde step yet again by the Nigerian parliamentarians. But then we know them for none other than that. Reps to probe adaptation of concrete technology for road construction. So now this is a particular technological shift that Dave Umahi, the Minister of Works, has been promoting. Yes, jump on, Izon. Yes, this is a particular technological shift that Dave Umahi, the Minister of Works, has been promoting ever since he got into that seat. He feels that because of the malleability of concrete, which is able to absorb in wet climes, or in wet seasons and expand in dry seasons, that's more suited to the Nigerian terrain, especially the southern terrain, which is quite water dense. And his argument, Dave Umahi, is that the concrete technology is best suited for our sort of terrain, for our sort of topography. So now he's now wanting the buildings. He's now wanting road constructions, especially in the south, to be built with concrete, and he's already given us all the explanations for that, which makes infinite sense. He even went on to tell us that roads built with concrete, they are easier to maintain because you are just able to take out the part that has gone bad, is easily taken out and replaced. So that's one, and it has the durability for lasting for 50 years or more with a low maintenance input. So all of the arguments lean towards that. But the House of Representatives, ever retrogressive in their thoughts, they recoil from that. Reps to probe adaptation of concrete technology for road construction. So now let's now see what their gripe is. The House of Representatives is to investigate the adaptation of concrete technology for road construction in Nigeria. This followed a motion on notice by a member, Honorable Khadija Ibrahim. In the motion, lawmakers raised concerns that several studies have revealed that the use of rigid/concrete pavements on road constructions has significant technical limitations and constraints. The House is further worried that the Minister of Works' new policy on cement concrete pavement adaptation without in-depth studies of the comparative advantages / disadvantages with asphalt may contradict technical specifications, potentially leading to contract breaches and potential arbitration and litigations during a challenging economic time. The Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, has said the Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, had advocated the use of concrete technology in road construction, saying that it is loaded with lots of benefits, including durability with a lifespan of over 50 years. So he did say that. So now, you know, this is corruption fighting back, by the way. So the contractors have gone then to lean on the parliamentarians with a bag full of money to try and stymie this fit for purpose pivoting of constructions, of road constructions within Nigeria. So there it is right there. Corruption fights back. Corruption fights back. So now this next headline is one that we labored quite heavily over 2 sessions ago. Yet another position reversal administration. Tinubu withdraws nomination of Imam as FERMA board chairman. So it's the 24-year-old youth copper that they had put in charge of it's the 24-year-old youth copper that they had put in it's the 24-year-old youth copper that they had put in charge of road construction in Nigeria. An eminently stupid idea. And this goes back to the desk of Bajabi Amila, by the way, who increasingly is looking like that position and job is too big for him. So it looks as though very quickly another reversal of position by the Tinubu administration. Tinubu withdraws nomination of Imam as FERMA board chairman. President Bola Tinubu has withdrawn the nomination of engineer Imam Kashim Imam as the chairman of the board of directors of the Federal Road Maintenance Agency, FERMA. 24-year-old Imam was on October the 13th appointed by the president for a renewable term of 4 years in accordance with Section XYZ of the FERMA Amendment Act 2007. The appointment was said to have generated concerns, with many saying he lacked the requisite experience for the job. So now, did you really need public opinion to tell you that a 24-year-old youth copper does not have the requisite experience to be the chairperson of road maintenance at the federal level? Do you actually need public opinion to tell you that? So this is Tinubu ever a year ahead. President Tinubu has withdrawn the nomination of engineer Imam Kashim Imam as the chairman of the board of directors of the Federal Roads Maintenance Agency, FERMA. 24-year-old Imam was on October the 13th appointed by the president for a renewable term of 4 years in accordance with Section 2, subsection 3 of the FERMA Amendment Act 2007. The appointment was said to have generated concerns, with many saying he lacked the requisite experience for the job. Following the uproar, presidential spokesperson Ajuri Ngalali said Thursday that the withdrawal of the nomination is with immediate effect. Although no reason was given by the presidency for the decision, Ngalali said all other appointments to the board and executive management team are not affected by this directive. See the statement in full. President Tinubu directs withdrawal of FERMA chairmanship nomination. President Bola Tinubu has directed the withdrawal of the nomination of engineer Imam Kashim Imam to serve as the chairman of the board of directors of the Federal Roads Maintenance Agency. The president's withdrawal of the above-mentioned nomination is directed with immediate effect. All other appointments to the board and executive management of FERMA are not affected by this directive. So that is the short short and curt. Somebody described it as terse in a previous readout. Okay, let's go on to the next one. And we continue with the theme of Yorubanization. This is what Sheikh Gumi was alarming at. Tinubu appoints Lanre Issa Onilu as DG of National Orientation Agency. So if your name is not Femi, then you are not coming in. This seems to be the sign on the door on the party being hosted by Tinubu. If your name is not Femi or Gbadebo, you are not coming in. President Bola Tinubu has appointed Lanre Issa Onilu as the Director General of the National Orientation Agency, NOA. This was contained in a Thursday statement by presidential spokesman Ajuri Ngalali, who also said 7 other DGs were appointed for parastatals and agencies under the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation. So it goes on to give us a list of appointees. The new appointees are National Orientation Agency, Lanre Issa Onilu, and Nigerian Television Authority, Mr. Salihu Abdul Hamid Dembo, Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria, Dr. Mohammed Bulama. So as you read through this list, it begins to negate that somewhat urbanization concern. National Broadcasting Commission, Charles Ebuebu. So that sounds like an Igbo name right there. Voice of Nigeria, Mr. Jibrin Baba Dasi. Advertising Regulators Council of Nigeria, Dr. Lekan Fadolapo. News Agency of Nigeria, Ali Mohammed Ali. Nigerian Press Council, Mr. Dili Ezuga. So there's a balance there. 2 out of 8 Yorubas. I think the abundance is actually from the north. The president asks the newly entrusted leadership of these important subsectors to innovate and create new opportunities for Nigerians to leverage upon through the effective reform of these key institutions of government, which functions to unify our people, reshape mindsets, and showcase this great nation to the rest of the world, the statement adds. By this directive of the president, the above listed appointments take immediate effect. So there it is right there. Yorubanization, or is it? Yorubanization, or is it? So Yorubanization, or is it? I've got a couple of clips to play you, but I'll play you them after the readout. So let's just get the heavy lifting out of the way. So 2 more readouts. I'll read you this one, and then the last one will be Wike responding to Sheikh Gumi's aside. But first, this. So this guy had a big interview on Arise TV just earlier on today. So this is Tunji Ojo, the Super Minister of the Interior. Our federal government to pay 500 million fine for the release of 4,000 inmates. So why is that? Olubunmi Tunji Ojo, Minister of Interior, says the federal government will pay 500 million in fines to ensure the release of 4,000 inmates from correctional facilities nationwide. Tunji Ojo spoke in an interview on Arise TV on Thursday. Earlier this year, Rauf Aregbesola, former Minister of Interior, said 5,000 inmates were in correctional facilities nationwide over fines of less than 1 million naira. Aregbesola said the high number of inmates who were unable to pay the fines was the reason prisons in the country are congested. Speaking on the plan to decongest correctional facilities, Tunji Ojo said 4,000 inmates are in prison due to their inability to pay a total of 500 million and something in fines. He assured that the fines will be cleared and the inmates will be released in the next 4 weeks. The minister added that the ministry pulled the funds together through dealing with private sectors in terms of CSR. Immediately I assumed office. The first thing I did was to set up a small committee to be able to review the situation of our correctional centers vis-a-vis the inmates as they are, the minister said. And we discovered that over 4,000 of these inmates, as I said before, are still in custody due to inability to pay fines. We looked at how much they owe. The total fine is about 500 million and something. And I can tell you we've gone very far dealing with private sector in terms of CSR and etc., putting this money together. So they are going to pay the fines for the inmates just to get them out of situation. So let me give you this final readout. This is a wiki. There's a video for it, but I can't find the video. It looks as though I can't find the video. So let me play you the video instead.
That will hesitate. Comment. Not one that will hesitate not to support the maintenance of our national monument, be it Islam, be it Christian. It is not. We cannot, because all of us were in authority. Every day we say, may God help us. May God help us. If we say, may God help us, what are the centers of worship of that God you call to help you? If that center of worship is not there, how then you begin to say, may God help us? So you also have a role to make sure that center of worship is still maintained well for the worship of God. So let me declare to you, yes, sir, whatever assistance you think which the previous administration or authority have been helping, if we do not surpass it, we'll continue to do that.
So there it is right there. So that's Wike somewhat recoiling from a narrative that is a Muslim hater. So let's play the Kegite music and then we let in the panelists. Still quite a few spaces left. If you want to hop on, this will be the moment to do that. But first, of course, the Kegites.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chief Wike àti kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
So there it is right there. Ikuko ni real agression, may death have nothing to do with us. I'm going to let in the panelists in a moment, but somebody just sent something in now, which we must add to the list. Somebody just sent in now a list of the judges that are going to sit on that bench to decide Tinubu's fate. So let's go through this quickly. And then we let the panelists in. Still plenty of spaces, by the way. The link is there if you want to hop on. Supreme Court judges that will decide Atiku Obi's appeal against Tinubu. So let's meet them. Nigeria Supreme Court has constituted a 7-member panel of justices to hear the appeal in the petitions filed by Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, and Chichi Ojie. So that Chichi Ojie, I think that's from the Allied People's Movement, who are often forgotten, but still part of that space. The trio, the presidential candidates of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Labour Party, LP, and Allied People's Movement, APM, are challenging the outcome of the February 25th presidential election. The court notice signed by Zainab M. Garba in the office of the registrar said by the Order 2, Rule 1, Subsection 2 of the Supreme Court Rules 1985 as amended, the notice is deemed sufficiently served to all parties. According to the information in the notice, the list of members of the panel to sit on the appeal includes Justice Musa Datijo Mohammed, Uwani Musa Abba Aji, Lawal Garba, Helen Ogunwumiju, IN Saulawa, Tijani Abubakar, and Emmanuel Agim. So I think there's one Yoruba name I spotted there. So Musta Datijo Mohammed, Owani Musa Abba Aji, so that's another northerner, Lawal Gaba, another northerner, Helen M. Ogunwumiju, so that's a Yoruba name right there, IN Swalawa, so that's another northerner, Tijani Abubakar, and Emmanuel Agim. So one southeasterner, one southwesterner, and 5 northerners. So does that weigh in favor of Atiku is the question. Meanwhile, the Apex Court has also fixed Monday, October the 23rd, for hearing of the motion filed by Atiku seeking to bring fresh evidence to prove that President Bola Tinubu submitted a forged certificate to INEC. So there it is right there. So that is where the fate of Nigeria hangs. So that is where the fate of Nigeria hangs, but this is where the fate of this conversation hangs. So we met him as Oba of San Diego, and then he transmuted into man of prestige. But this now, Condin man, he has to explain. He joins us to explain that name, but he never had a name change. His Royal Highness, Prince Daddy, he's here as well. King Emeka here to keep things 100. Father of the bride, Ajanle Koko in the house, and Bishop joins us as well. So if you want to hop on. But let's kick the conversation on. Let's kick it off with Man of Prestige. So Man of Prestige, on mute. Prestige.
Thank you, man.
So, how do you pronounce this, your new name, and why the name change?
Well, it depends on what's happening at this time. I'm a very relevant man, so Coggin means irrelevant. So I'm a relevant man.
Okay, relevant man. All right. Brilliant. So talk to us. What are you looking at in the news today?
I'm looking at the Gumi versus Tinubu. The Gumi versus Wike, and what he's saying about the Christians and everything. So that's pretty much what I'm looking at. And some of that, some of that headline you narrated. So we can go with each of them one by one. That would be good.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So
I've not been following too much news, but I said let me join you today. I've not joined you in a while.
Yeah. So kick it off from that space. Then Northerners don't perpetrate evil in power like Christians and Southerners. So this is Sheikh Gumi speaking the language of peace and togetherness. What are you making of that outlandish comment by a senior cleric from the north?
Yeah, I find that to be something moronic, doesn't even make any sense. I mean, you're already in power. If you want to talk about, let's go to the religious aspect of it. I know Tinubu is kind of in between or whatever you may call him, but at least he's identified as a Muslim. So you want to go by that narrative, the Muslim, pretty much ruling Nigeria right now, from president to vice president, and the chairman of APC is a Muslim. I mean, most of them is dominated by Muslim. I know some of the appointments kind of even divided, but I don't know why he's saying that. I think he's just perpetuating something. Maybe they are planning something, but I don't think any of those what he's saying is gonna amount to nothing. You know who Gumi is. He likes.
But he wields a lot of influence, though. That's really where the problem is. He wields a lot of influence.
Is he somebody I was listening to one of that platform earlier. They say he's planning for next 4 years, how to truncate Tinubu not to, ever get to rule 8 years. So are we going to have Northern revolt right now? I mean, they voted for Tinubu. So what's the problem? I mean, even at all, he's doing what we call Yorubanization right now. There's no doubt about it. After all, Buhari did it. So
we've actually looked at the figures. It's not like he's actually doing Yorubanization, but the optics may look like that.
Yeah. He's doing it. Forget about the position. Some of the positions he gives to other, the north, the east, and west. But we're talking about the juicy position. That's what matters. He can give anybody some straw position anywhere. It doesn't really make any. It's the juicy. I mean, that matter to people who wants to, who want a position in Nigeria. I mean, that's not me. They can do whatever they do. I'm a partial Nigerian, and I will say it here. So it doesn't really make any difference to me.
All right. All right. Tomorrow is a significant day in Nigeria, by the way.
What is significant about tomorrow?
Tomorrow will be the anniversary of End SARS.
Oh, yeah, the 20th. Okay. I wasn't even thinking about that. Like I said, I've been a little bit aloof about Nigerian politics or what's going on over there. I've been busy recently. Yeah.
And the police are going to wrap a cordon around Lekki Toll Gate. What do you make of that?
So are they planning to celebrate?
I don't know, but I don't think the day can come and go without the youths having some sort of a gathering. But it says Lagos State Police Command on Thursday warned that it will not tolerate any form of gathering at the toll gate in Lekki area of the state. So you can do whatever, but don't gather around Lekki toll gate. It's the thing. Shoot on sight.
Wow. Okay, they must have.
They didn't say shoot on sight, so that's my embellishment.
Mama, you always instigate something. I know, so, but that's fine. That's how you narrate your story. I mean, I've come to be at peace with you. But anyway, having said that, they probably have got some info that there's going to be some gathering. So that's why they mobilize security or something like that, So they should give people privilege to protest or whatever. But, they say nobody at Lekki to get, let's not, abuse that. I'm good there. I mean, there's always a way to protest around the city of Lagos or some other places besides going to Toge. So just obey the law. Your life is very important. So I wouldn't advise anybody to go there. Hopefully they can commemorate that, in a peaceful way. I mean, Nigeria is too difficult right now for them to deviate away from that, trying to riot and some of that things. That's not what we need in Nigeria right now. People are trying to eat, feed themselves. So that should be the paramount for anybody to concentrate on.
All right, the headline storyline: Supreme Court set hearing for Atiku Obi APM's appeal. So appeals. So what are you making of that? It came very quickly, and it looks as though it's coming suddenly. As early as Monday coming, they will start that process then of finalizing now this electoral cycle. So what are you making of that? Tell me your responses first before we go to the list of the judges that's going to sit in judgment.
What am I making of that? To me, I've always said it before, I mean, in as far as I don't, the way whatever transpired during the elections and all that, I always think that Tinubu was selected. Having said that, nothing is going to change. I mean, this is Nigeria. I mean, I can't even imagine them removing Tinubu, and said, who's in line, the next person, which is Atiku, to be the president, like you properly stated. So I don't know. That's nothing is gonna happen. If you ask me to my own prediction, nothing is gonna come out for that because everything is gonna be truncated based on technicality. I mean, how they gonna wear about Tinubu, the Tinubu forgery certificate, which I believe it was a forged certificate. So there's no doubt about it. But how they gonna,
I think what they are going to start off with is if they are going to admit this Chicago discovery by Atiku as evidence.
I thought they said they're going to admit it. That's what I heard. I mean, from Ivania, I didn't really quite read it, but I heard it from somebody was saying in one of the platforms that they have agreed to admit it. So
now I'm not aware of that, but I think that's where they're starting from.
Oh, okay. I'm not aware. I've not, like I said, I didn't read it or whatever. It was just something that was enumerated in one of the platforms that I went to. Even I thought they admit it, let's assume they admit it. It's gonna be on technicality because they may come back and say the discovery was after the election. But there's a precedent to that. If you look at Uzodinma, he made his discovery after he had already been in position, and the same thing happened in Bayelsa. But in Nigeria, do they go by that? So I don't know if they're gonna admit it. I mean, it's kind of 50-50.
Well, what's your anticipation? Are you actually looking forward to this Supreme Court judgment so we can have a bit of calm in the land?
No, I'm not. Well, I hope they, I mean, I know they're going to make a decision or something like that. Am I looking forward to going through or wait for, suspend what I'm doing to see what they're going to decide? No, I'm going to hear what happened, but I don't think it's going to amount to anything. I don't think it's going to, they're going to be like any kind of protest or whatever. Obi is not that kind of person. And, I don't think people is going to protest. Nigeria, their life is more important to them, and it's very precious to them, and people has other problems. So it's not going to amount to this. It's going to be the way the tribunal, just adjudicated the case, whether you like it or not. I mean, peace will reign. I mean, it's going to be a lot of, maybe a lot of news, but it's not going to amount to anything like in the street, like people take, protection or whatever, that's not going to amount to that. But in my own opinion, go ahead and read the list so I can make, I can.
Yes. To take you to that list, it's a panel of I think it is 7, and then 5 of them are Northerners, and I think it's Justice Musa Detajo Mohammed, so that's clearly from the north. Uwani Musa Abba Aji, that clearly from the north. Lawal Gaba, clearly from the north. Helen M. Ogun Mumiju, so that's clearly a Yoruba person, woman. I.N. Swalawa, so that's a northerner as well. And Tijani Abubakar, you don't get more northern than that. And then Emmanuel again, that's somewhere from the southeast. So 5 northerners, 1 from each southeast, southwest. Does that strike you as balanced, or is that weighted in the direction of Atiku?
No, I don't think so. Because if they're gonna adjudicate the case by what is, by the rule of law and whatever is applicable in the constitution or something like that, it should be on purely, on what's obtainable. But I think they may be looking at it that way. You don't want to. Nigeria is already in a bad state of situation. You don't want to truncate where we are right now. We should try to move forward. So no, I don't think so. But I would be surprised because we have 5 people from the north. Then they said we're gonna overthrow Tinubu. I mean, that's what I would call it because he already won. And give it to a northerner. Of course of his state. So his chances is a little bit slimmer compared to Atiku, unless they want to rerun the whole election, which I don't see that happening. I don't think it's going to make any difference. I'm just half feeling. I can say about 80%, chance nothing is going to change. you know.
What's your anticipation post the Supreme Court? Do you expect everybody to pack their bags and just go home, or do you still expect some rebel rousing, some noise making? How does this finally land?
Yeah, I think I stated that earlier. Yeah, my own anticipation about that, it's going to be like a lot of noise, probably in the social media. That's where you hear most of the noise. But I can't see anywhere where people go and protest. Maybe in Abuja, you see, like Ezio for like what he did, with some of his group, they may go there and march and voice the opinion. I mean, they have a right to do that, but it's not going to alter anything. I think it's going to be pretty much, summarized, like everybody's going to pack their bag and go. Of course, making noise on social media, which is people right to, to make their noise and disagree. So that's what I expect. I don't expect it to mount anything. No.
All right, let me take you to this place then. Tinubu withdraws nomination of Imam as FERMA board chairman. So have you been following that particular storyline? This 24-year-old that was nominated to be the chairman of our road maintenance at the federal level. A lot of public outcry against that, and Tinubu quickly reversed his position.
Okay, I followed him when they first nominated me. I read a little bit of his profile. Has an engineering degree, I think in UK or something like that. That's pretty much what I read. But I don't know. I know there was a little bit of outcry, but I never really followed it up to what outcry, people had been perpetuating there. I think he did the right thing, I don't know why he was nominated. It's not like we don't want young people in the government, but I mean, come on now. This guy has no single experience. I mean, what's he gonna be? He just got there because of his parents. I think his father is a governor. He used to be a governor someday in PDP.
Yeah, so some sort of big man. Yeah.
Right. They're trying to curry a favor, but come on now. That doesn't even make sense. I don't know who gave Tinubu that advice. Okay, so you need to take some of his advisors. What they're doing. He shouldn't have. He shouldn't have been there. But I'm glad. He took a very corrective action because that's needed. Because this guy will be like a lame dog doing nothing. I mean, it doesn't even make sense to put that kind of person. I mean, certain kind of experience. I'm not saying the experienced people, who embezzle, but I'm not talking about the embezzlement. But this guy won't be doing nothing. He doesn't have any single experience, not in a political situation like this. He need to go get a job in engineering. At least show some.
Is at least a good 10, 15 years out of step, isn't it? It needs a body of at least 10 years, if not 15, of various working experiences to even qualify him for that sort of a role.
Yeah, he needs some experience. I don't know about 10 or whatever, but he need definitely, he just finished college. I mean, because he just finished college, you have a degree in engineering. That does not qualify you even to be an engineer or whatever. It's just a paper or just ceremonial paper, I mean, you have to be able to implement, have some job experience. So coming to a place like Nigeria, and you want, to obtain that kind of big position, in my opinion. So, that would have been overwhelming for him, and he would not be able to accomplish nothing. So the decision was wrong to begin, but I guess they took a very swift action immediately. They find out what they did, that it was the wrong decision. Apart from the outcry, but does he have to take an outcry for it? I think if the guy is good or whatever, some experience, the outcry wouldn't have made any difference. Look, it's outcry everywhere. Has Tinubu changed some of the things? No. Just because they feel they made the wrong decision. That's why they did. I don't think it's because of public opinion. You wouldn't have any difference if the guy is qualified.
All right, let me take you to this last space. Rep to probe adaptation of concrete technology for road construction. So this is Dave Umahi, who wants a revolution in how roads are being constructed in Nigeria, and he's insisting that that concrete has more durability in terms of our topography in that country. But corruption fights back, or does it? Prestige.
Yeah, I think corruption at the highest level in that regard. I mean, the guy. I mean, what he just proposed, the concrete. I mean, there's no doubt you hold better than I think they call it the asphalt or whatever, like a cement. It hold better. I mean, because for one, the maintenance is much easier. And particular road like Nigeria, where you have, where the maintenance is very low to be maintained. So that could have lasted longer, the lighter color, the concrete pavement, I mean, it requires little maintenance compared to. So that's that should have been what they should be doing in Nigeria, where you have rain and other kind of things, with low maintenance. Yeah, that's a good. But what I think it happened in this case, it has to be some politician or some, some corporate they lobby against that. Neither for one, because it's their company, that don't know how to use concrete for that, or two, they want a continuous, building of the road, because concrete is going to last long. So when you have to use asphalt or whatever they call it, like cement, there be constant maintenance and everything. So that's where that comes in. Is the politician, lobbying for that to be changed. I hope Tinubu doesn't bite to that. I know David Umahi'S in charge, but it comes down to Tinubu making that decision. So I hope the presidency, let me just use the word presidency, doesn't buy that, because we need a concrete. That's a very good idea, using this concrete in Nigeria. I commend. I'm never David Umahi fan, but from what I heard, that he has been doing okay so far. So that's a very good proposal. Probably one of the best, that come out of his come out of his policy so far that I noticed. But
all right,
stick with that.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Prestige. Let me move the conversation on, take it in the direction of King Emeka as I try to hustle through the assembled list. Emeka, you're up next. So, Emeka, a rich harvest of news today. So yes. Launch at it as you will.
Okay. Let me start with Wike.
Yes.
I love the way Wike
they are trying to corner him, They are trying to corner him.
Wike, he expresses, or what he did was having an understanding of the political landscape, of how people try to manipulate things to the media. You can see that there's a gang up, right, in this country. We have very wicked individuals or cabals, especially when their interests are perceived to be when their interests they perceive their interests to be diminished or eroded, they will begin to manipulate the general public, like what they did with Gumi the Sheikh, right? So we now know that there are some. We like to say, are they powerful? No. Are they silly? Yes. Because the FCT minister did not say he was going to demolish the mosques. He asked the executive secretary to give him, within 24 hours, the lands that belong to the mosques. Give me an explanation, give me details about it. Now, they are trying to expand that road. The mosques has failed to develop that land. And
so there's no sitting structure on the land, is what you're saying?
No, there's no structure on that land. The land was allocated to the mosques, right? Now the land is quite big. They've not developed that land. They are not doing anything with the land. The minister is looking at, okay, let's expand the road, and that road would go into that land. So he wants updates on it. And then, if they're not doing anything with the land, let's revoke it. It's not even the mosques. It's not even the mosques. Now, what they are saying is that he wants to demolish the mosques. You see how these people play wicked politics, right? And they now decided to use this man as their spokesperson to convey this information. And now the guy now took it to a very dangerous part, that if you hand security over to Christians, that they are going to create chaos in the country. Why are people this wicked? Why? The minister has not said, this is what I intend to do. The minister has not come out to say, I want to demolish the mosques. He has not said that. He just wants updates. And then, because of that, they are now saying, oh, if you hand over security apparatus to Christians, they are going to kill the country. They are going to finish the country. It's very dangerous. And I think these individuals need to be identified and they need to deal with them. I like Wike's stance.
It's a very delicate space, because we saw the strategy that they used against Goodluck Jonathan when they used insurgency to frustrate his administration.
Exactly. And also, is a failure
and there's a subtle threat of that in what Gumi is saying.
Yeah, it's a failure of Goodluck to identify these sponsors, regardless of how powerful they are. Even if you are like, okay, if I arrest these guys, there's a possibility of further chaos in the country. But I don't know why, if you are the head of the armed forces, why you cannot address it. Goodluck had the opportunity to address that insurgency when it was still growing. If you can't publish their name on the media and say these are the individuals doing this, let them come and say yes or no. Let them be the one to come say yes or no. They are not the ones involved. But you were like trying to play politics, and this situation has now fostered into an uncontrollable disease that we can no longer control. Even external parties or external actors are not getting themselves involved into this. So they are trying to play that dangerous part. And I like the way Wike came out to address the media. He has granted another 1 hour or close to 2 hours interview with channels again to discuss about it.
He's actually inviting that Wike be removed.
That's the idea, right? That's the idea, to create more pressure so that the president will look at it and say, oh, there's a threat to my political ambition for next term. Let me see what I can do. Let me appease these people, right? But who are they to the Nigeria scheme of things? Who are these people to our own determination of our nation?
But they are powerful religious.
They are not. They are as powerful as you want them to be. But if you deal with them properly with state instruments, they will run into their own small huts. Because those in the right authorities are probably dancing to their tones, you begin to see this. Who are you in the scheme of things in Nigeria? Are you as powerful as the president?
Even Buhari could not handle Gumi.
The problem is, that's why I love Wike. The problem is, when you begin to dance to the tunes of this individual, if you handle them with iron rods, they will run away and cower away. But when you begin to dance to their tone, then they begin to hold you by the blockers. What do you mean? Why do you always want to beat the religion drum over little things? Okay, because they want to take over your land. You have not developed the land. You are beating religion drum. Why? Oh, because you feel you are in the wrong. You go and sponsor the people in the media, talking heads in the media, to begin to beat religious cassettes for us to be listening. Why are these people this wicked for us to progress from point A to point B?
How do you handle Gumi though? If you move against him,
Gumi is not the problem. Gumi is a talking head
against the religion.
Gumi is a talking head. Gumi is the talking head for a selective people, few. Identify those few who are afraid to come out to speak, that they are using Gumi to speak for them. Identify them and deal with them. Leave Gumi alone, because Gumi would, he has a large following, right? Before it is being, because now they are setting the stage for propaganda. You understand? And we have a lot of ignorant Nigerians. All you just need to do is go on social media. Even on this platform, we have them here too. Go on this social media and you will see a lot of talking ignorant people speaking things that are not true, because they've been fed by somebody of probably who they consider to be of influence. And Gumi is someone who is considered to be of influence. All he needs to say is, "Oh, they are persecuting me because I'm a Muslim leader," and his voice would, yeah.
What did Wike? What did he say in his response to Gumi?
Oh, he didn't address Gumi. He did address him specifically, yeah. So when you have such kind of dangerous individual who has that influence to influence ignorant people, especially a large following of ignorant people who he has is talking, he has their ears, is dangerous. Just ignore him and go after those who are paying him to come to the media to speak. They won't try it again. They won't try it again. When you pick them and deal with those ones, they will not use him again as their spokesman. They will run away. So let me leave that space. But I enjoy what Wike is doing. You know, Wike is addressing it fire for fire. So they've tested his resolve. He has approached the media. He has clarified that point.
It will be very difficult for Tinubu to remove Wike. One, Wike is a very powerful figure, and two, Wike is a very popular figure. And three, the reasons why they are asking that Wike be removed are the South and the Christians will recoil from that. And I don't even think that Tinubu will give it any consideration.
No. Tinubu, he knows, you know, Wike is a smart politician. And I think there's a reason why Tinubu placed him there. Right?
Woman, let me interject real quick. That's cool.
Yeah, let them make a land. Good to see you.
So all the cabals, they fought El-Rufai, and I think Wike will turn out to be the best FCT minister that the country will ever have.
I share that with you. I share that.
They fought El-Rufai. El-Rufai didn't budge, but after El-Rufai left, his successors, El-Rufai's successors, all messed up that place, messed up Abuja. Now we have a visionary in Wike who wants to go back to that master plan and redesign Abuja the way it used to be. And Wike is a very powerful, strong politician that you cannot. He has told them, this is what I want to do. If you like, arrange your army of talking heads. I will do what I want to do.
I don't want to interject in a moment, but do you think that Wike will be better served demolishing one or two high-profile churches first before he starts to demolish a mosque? So that
he's not demolishing the mosques. He's not demolishing the mosques. He's not demolishing the mosques. He has clarified that.
But even if the mosque runs contrary to building plans, then it should be demolished now.
Of course. Why not?
Why are we tiptoeing around these people all the time?
I can't tell you, except maybe the president will tell him, okay, relax. I can tell you that nobody will stop Wike from doing what he wants to do. The only person that can stop Wike is the president. In his interview today with channels, they said people are rumoring that you want to take the land and give it to your friends. And I said, will I give it to my enemy? I was laughing. I said, Wike is a very strong man. He said, should I give it to my enemy? If I give it to my friends and my friends do not develop the land within the time period, I will collect it back. So what he's technically saying is that whatever you want to say. You say, I want to give it to my friends, no problem. I'll give it to my friends. If my friends don't develop, I'll take the land. But you that they have given that land to and you have refused to develop that land, we'll take it from you. Custom, I think the Controller General of Custom went to approach him to say, the land allocated to us for schools, let's discuss it. He said, if you don't develop it, I will take it away from you. But it is right. You don't keep, because what they are doing, which Wike has actually said is part of the corruption. They've allocated land for a specific purpose. You've delayed the development of that land till a new government will come. Then you will now reallocate that land or divide the land amongst you and your friend or sell the land. So let's say they've allocated the land to Custom to build school. A new government comes in and for a long period of time, you've not developed that land. Then you will now share a part of that parcel and sell off to your friends. You understand? That's what these people want to do. But we can say, no, you can't do that. If you don't develop this land, I will take it away from you. And then if you don't pay your rent level, right, which we call property tax here, I will take the land away from you. So you are owing the government. I will take it away from you. So I like what Wike is doing. Let me leave that Wike space and go over to this.
Before you go on, let Aizo come in. I think he wants to join you in that Wike space. Aizo.
Yeah, Woman, how you doing?
Ogagba.
No, Woman, I think you're right in the sense that if the mosque was illegally built and they're applying this reform to the entirety of Abuja, then the mosque has to go. The same way they demolish those people's homes in Lagos, right? So, but Emeka, my question for you is, you said that, these guys don't have power, that the power they have is as much as the power we give them, and the presidency should deal with them. You, one man pointed to you what happened during GEJ's time and how they unleashed their cells, right? Their terrorist cells to cause havoc in Nigeria. Do you think, security-wise, we have the capacity to deal with these people unleashing their cells again? Keep in mind, Gumi is the same person that went to Zamfara into the forest to meet those guys several times. So these guys are at their beck and call. Given our security situation right now, are you saying that they don't have power? If you deal with them, what do you think happens next?
You see, let's be very realistic. We have the might, the security might to go after this individual, especially the domestic ones. For the external ones, I think our hands would be a bit tied because it could be labeled differently, and these external actors could come in to create more political or insecurity chaos for us, right? But I like what Dele Alake is doing in that space. I don't want to talk much about it, but he has really rose up to the occasion to say, hey, this nonsense you guys are up to, stop it. We're here to regularize this space. If you want to do business, come and get your license, as well as develop a processing plant here. Don't come in the name of banditry and be stealing our mineral resources. Enough of it. I like what he's doing there. The domestic ones, yes, we can handle them. But again, right, based on specific selfish interests, political selfish interests, maybe you are looking at your political ambition. You do not want to handle people the way they should be handled. Nobody is bigger than Nigeria. Nobody, even the president, is big. Nobody is bigger than Nigeria.
You can't say that. There are people bigger than Nigeria.
There is
nobody is bigger.
Nobody is bigger than Nigeria.
Okay. Do you think if he finds irrefutable evidence, do you think Tinubu can effect the arrest of Buhari?
No. Why? I mean, that is driving it too far.
He can't.
He has the power, but that is driving it too far.
Yeah, because Buhari is bigger than the country. That's
no, not because so.
The Sultan
no,
of
he's not bigger
than Nigeria.
It's like there's a pact between the serving and ex. Have you ever seen any president of Nigeria being brought to book? There's how do I put it? A pact nobody knows about.
But they are already dealing with Buhari now. The way to do stuff like that is to just.
Well, Emeka, don't forget that Gumi is a mullah and also ex-military.
Well, so what I'm saying with the Buhari aspect of it is you just embarrass him in the media, and then he will just be like, what you do, you just take a phone call like, hey, Tinubu, what's going on? Then you tell him, hey, I hear you are doing this nonsense. Please stop it. They say, okay, I will stop it. Those are the kind of things you do, right? I know there are some people who call themselves the owners of Nigeria. One of them is the former security advisor to the president, and also a ex-military general, and who is also a CIA spy, right? Regardless of that.
Wait. Where did you get that he's a CIA spy?
I don't want to call his name.
No, I'm saying, how do you have the evidence, though? That's pretty weighty, don't you think?
Yeah, I know what I'm saying. I know.
There's speculation that the president is a CIA plant.
No, there's no speculation.
Yes,
for that.
I've heard that speculation. I've heard that speculation that he's a CIA asset.
It's not a speculation. It's not.
No, but we don't have evidence. That's why it's a speculation. You can't say it for certain.
It's not.
Yeah, but we don't know for a fact. Unless you live in Langley, Virginia,
there's a WikiLeaks.
You don't know for certainty.
There's a WikiLeaks information on that. So I think it was on Dr. Damage's show. That guy who was trying to, I don't know what is wrong with him when he said.
Yes, I remember the guy.
I got this information not from the WikiLeaks, but from a close confidant, right? Confidential information. So when he said that, I was like, okay. How did this guy get to know? Because far back in the 90s, the president was a CIA asset. IBB also was a CIA asset. or currently they are still CIA assets.
So wait, and I'm sorry for all this. It's not my style. But so if he was an asset, don't you think that would justify the reason why he would get off with a simple civil forfeiture during the drug charge?
No, that was before he became a CIA asset. When
during that time, keep in mind, that time,
hold on. Let me explain.
Were against Abacha.
Let me explain.
And Nadeco was pro-West.
No,
CIA.
he was already in the US before that forfeiture issue happened, prior to when he came back to Nigeria to contest, right? So he became a CIA asset after he started running away.
No. He never attended trial in the US. He was already in Nigeria. The forfeiture, they never brought him into court. The forfeiture was the settlement made per the charges that were laid on him. So he never stepped foot in court. When the charges were laid, he was in Nigeria.
I didn't say I wasn't talking about court. I was saying that he became an asset after 1993. That was when he became.
1993 is when you had June 12 now.
Yes. When he ran away.
Let's not get.
This is not a good topic. Can we go on to other things, please?
Okay.
Yeah. But we'll open that in the later phase, just so I can get around to everybody quickly. Yeah.
But don't
open it, woman.
If you, I don't want to talk much about it. It's sensitive, like one Babati and one man the same. But if you want to know about it, go to WikiLeaks, and if you can download it, you can download the information. So for those who are waiting for this FBI dump, I don't know how true it is, because I'm hearing that they say the president lawyers have filed an injunction to ensure that such information is not.
I suspect that is not true. I think they are pivoting off that narrative of
it's not true.
I also suspect true, right? But then again, the FBI would not be foolish enough to want to disclose a spy or an asset. Let me not say a spy, an asset.
What is all this spy? Tinubu is a spy. Do you have evidence? They're asking you. You keep
go to
saying
WikiLeaks now. Go to WikiLeaks. I don't want to continue.
Wait.
It's not a healthy subject, please.
I know, Baba. You said it is not WikiLeaks where you got it from. You said you got it from a close confidant.
Yes.
What does that mean? That is if you are talking about Wiki, you can say from WikiLeaks, but you said you know from a close confidant. What are these?
So what I meant is I knew beforehand, way back.
Where?
Right?
Back it up.
From a close confidant, and I can call their names.
All right.
Let's move on from that subject.
Yeah, let's move on. Yeah.
Or you can call me privately. I will tell you who.
No, I don't need to know. I don't need to know. But just
let's move on. Let's move on.
I know. If it's not something that can be backed up, what's the point going on about it? If it can be backed up, let's back it up.
Allegedly. Yes, allegedly. Let's move on.
Oh my goodness.
Let's move on.
Carry on.
Okay. So back to what I was saying. The young man that was appointed for FEMA, I don't know what that will do to his confidence level, right? He's a young man. And I hope
it will destroy him.
Yeah, I'll be thinking, him getting excited, his father being proud of him, family members being proud of him. A lot of people would have extended congratulatory messages to him, and him preparing his mind to start the new role, and then getting this information. That this will be a very big blow. I hope people, family, friends, confidant, associates will be around him to support him, because I hear he's a brilliant chap. So he doesn't get devastated from this information, and then probably, just to boost his confidence. And again, it also shows the weakness of the chief of staff, who would be submitting these files and appointments to the president. I hear a lot of people lobbying him to sneak in their names into it. Even I understand the postmaster of the federation is refusing to leave his appointment, hearing his lobbying. What the hell are you lobbying for? So who are these people doing this? Who are the people? I think there need to be some form of control or on the chief of staff's office, as well as the secretary of the federation too, because we don't know where these issues are coming from. This is the second time it's happening, and if you add the postmaster, it's the third time it's happening. They are sneaking people's name in, or if you even also add what about the minister?
This is the buffer that but Amila is meant to have to prevent this sort of embarrassing situations. How did a 24-year-old sneak into the? I mean, what's going on?
Yeah, maybe they wanted to give it to the father. The father said, "No, I don't need this position. I'm bigger than it. Give it to my son." So they said, "Okay, let's give it to your son then," and they included his name. I don't know. Things like that can happen. This is my own speculation. I'm only speculating, right? And then because for his contribution as a strong politician, he's like, "Okay, no, I don't want this role. Give it to my son. Let my son go handle it." And then they put the son's name and proper screening, or I just don't know, but a lot of people kicked against it, and I think the decision is fair. But what they would have done was, okay, Oga, this guy is young. He cannot manage people who are older than him. He doesn't have the required experience. Yes, he's brilliant, but let's look for something else that, or bring somebody else that is also as qualified as him, that we can, compensate you for this role, rather than your son who is still young, who is still growing, who is just finishing NYSC, and a lot of people may not give him that respect. They'll frown against it. So I think that's a control issue, or a weakness in the control, coming from those two angles: the secretary of the federation and the chief of staff. Between the two of them, there's a weakness there that they need to address and tidy things up. So let's know how the flow of appointments is coming.
Should just be removed. That's all. He's the one that signs these things off.
No, if you ask me, I'm not going to blame him. That's why I called the two of them, Akume and Baja, the two of them, because they are the kitchen cabinet. They are the ones the closest to the president.
I mean, look who was the chief of staff to Buhari. Was it not Ibrahim Gambari? Look at the substance and quality, and look at Bajabi Amila, who just wants to do fine boy.
But he's a fine boy now.
That's what you need an ugly man with a tooth missing. That's what a bruiser. That's what. No,
we don't know where that we are. That's why I'm calling those two offices out. We don't know where the weakness is coming from, because the secretary also has appointment lists that he forwards to the president, and Baja also. So it should have gone from the secretary to Baja, and Baja will take it to the president himself, right, to look at it. Baja would have reviewed the documents, the appointment list, and have thorough discussion with those who are involved. The DSS would have done their screening and everything. So there's a weakness, even from the DSS too, who is supposed to be doing the screening and providing information or feedback to Baja, and in updating them. Okay, I think this is something you guys need to look at. So there's a weakness there that needs to be addressed between that two offices. They need to address that weakness. This is the second time. They remember the minister that they appointed that got to swear it in, and she got text message that the appointment is wrong. So
yes,
there's a weakness.
She was all dressed up and turned up.
Exactly.
It was so
she was going for screening in the Senate, as she was climbing the staircase with her entourage, who were greeting her, and probably potential aides who would be working in her office. She got text message that she needs to come back. So that weakness is embarrassing, and they need to address it. Thank you.
All right, Brilliant. Take us to this headline on the screen. Supreme Court fixes date for hearing on articles petition against Tinubu. So the hearings kick off on Monday, and not too soon as well, because I think we're all fed up with this noise.
Fantastic one. We are getting to the end of the marathon race. An election that started in February and the end of February will finally be decided very soon, roughly by the end of October, or maybe it's not supposed to exceed November 5th, right? If you calculate the 60 days from the verdict of the Court of Appeal, it's not supposed to exceed November 5th, and November 5th is a Sunday, so which means we should be hearing from the Supreme Court latest, not more than the 31st of October. So they would, discuss or finalize this process for everyone and give us their decision and even their ruling. I'm more interested in their ruling, right? And how they would interpret the verdict of the Court of Appeal and what they will say if they are going to come up with like more schooling
without this curveball that Atiku is trying to throw in the mix, this Chicago thing, it's already, because the appeal court's judgment was so beautiful that it would have just been easy for the Supreme Court just to stamp it and move everybody on. But this curveball that Atiku is trying to introduce, that might well be a spanner in the works.
But we all know, and those who lawyers, or Benny himself, who is a fantastic lawyer on this platform, who has been able to brief us on the legalese involved, and those of us who go to do our own independent research and also listen to renowned and unbiased lawyers, already know that that stuff is not going to heed any outcome, or whether positive or negative, is not going to go anywhere. So. But I think the Supreme Court, because they are all saying the eyes on the judiciary, the Supreme Court would also rise to the occasion and discuss on matters relating to this in their ruling, so that posterity can hold them to account on their role, the role they play in deciding this election matters. And it's quite a shame that in our election, after 23 years, we are still allowing the court to decide how our electoral processes would go. Politicians it shows the selfishness of politicians in this country. I'm not just talking about those involved in the presidential election. I'm also talking about those in the Senate too, as well as in the House of Representatives, and even down to the gubernatorial and state elections. We have very selfish politicians who do not enjoy playing this game properly. Yes, many of them would spin it around, but they all know the kind of game. If you are cheating in a game, the other one is cheating. Why would you want to say, oh, it's like you coming out to say you cheated more than me. Why are you this wicked? Why did you cheat more than me? Let me go and report you to my mommy and daddy. You understand? But both of you were both involved in this Kalakuta nonsense. So it's quite a shame. But we hope they rise up to the occasion, just like the Court of Appeal did, and I'm proud of them. They will use this process to educate Nigerians, those who want to be educated, those who want to learn, and not the noisemakers on social media and on that therapy center, and also one of them who's already here, the noisemakers, coming around for learned Nigerians who want to learn, who want to know what they are doing. They will rise up to that occasion and give us a schooling or a re-education of the legal process in the country, and solidify the position of how elections should be conducted and the electoral process of how it should be going for, not just for today, but for future purposes, for future elections coming up in the country. So I'm looking forward to what they're going to say. But on Monday, I think each lawyers would only have 15 minutes to talk to the justice of the Supreme Court to explain. It's not like they are going there for 1 hour or more than just 15 minutes, and they will say what they want to say and then go have their rest. Then the Supreme Court judges will take the file case, go read it up, and give their interpretation as well as their verdict as soon as possible, as soon as they can do that.
What are you making of the composition of the justices that are going to sit on the bench? 4 from the north, 5 from the north, and then 1 each southeast, southwest. Is this skewed in Atiku's favor, or would you say there's a balance there? Or
no, it doesn't.
Have they done that to cover a decision already made?
No, not at all. I think the whoever is being, aside the 7 of them, right? Whoever is being picked up to attend to this matter is qualified, is well versed into our legal system, and I've been with the Supreme Court for quite a long time. They are not just baby judges. No, they've gotten there as a result of experience, knowledge, and also, you know, thoroughbred. You don't get to that level. That's the highest court of the land.
Well, man, I have a suggestion, if I may.
Yeah,
maybe, you know, Emeka is bringing up some of the qualities of these judges, but it just dawned on me based on your question you asked. Most of us don't really know the background of these people.
Oh,
I mean, maybe
Ogbeni
would know because he's in the field, but just off the top of my head, if you were to call a lot of these judges and because their background will give us an idea as to where they may lean, you know, some of these northern judges in the decision.
Let me see if I can bring Ogbeni up. If he's not gone to bed, I'll send him a message.
Okay. So all you need to you go online and click on the Supreme Court judges, right? You would see their names. You can just look at them, you know, and read about them.
How many justices sit on that panel? Is it 5 or 7?
7.
Is it 7?
Yes. Court of Appeal is 5. So it's 7 of them that sits on it. And
it's a majority, not unanimous decision, isn't it? So if it's
I'm looking forward to that, right? I think it's going to be unanimous, right? Just like the Court of Appeal gave. So, and what I'm expecting from them is, you know, them living up to that occasion, and because I don't know how they intend to do it, if they are going to televise it or they might just want to hold it in closed session, and maybe everybody, once they are done, we can all go scramble for the certified true copy of the judgment and their verdict, and try to update ourselves legally on how they arrived with their decision. But I'm looking forward to an unanimous decision just again, and some schooling. We need that schooling because we are now we are entering into
all the indications indicate towards a unanimous decision. The only thing that can vary it is if they admit articles Chicago discovery or not. If they don't, then I cannot imagine that a single one of them, after that heavy lifting by the appeal court, will want to go against it.
They would not admit it, but they will speak on it. They won't admit it, but they will speak on it because he brought it up to them to file as evidence. So, but it's not something they would say, okay, we're accepting, but they would definitely speak on it and probably make a mess of the lawyer. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just my own speculation, but they would do speak on it, and so many other things that might not be involved with the case. Reason why is, you know, it's sad that people are accusing them of bribery, corruption, like verdict for sale. So it's sad. So in this situation is now for them to you know, put it on a clean slate to like re-educate Nigerians that regardless of what you people are doing, because they've always been quiet. The Supreme Court judges are more quiet than the Court of Appeal. They've really not said anything. The only person who has spoken is the Chief Justice of Nigeria, right? Who is, you know, the leader of them all. And he has made his move.
Why is his name not on that list? I mean, what's his job other than to say?
He's the boss. He's the boss, right? He's the one who assigns the cases and the judges. Even the president of the Court of Appeal, her name was not. She didn't sit on the panel too. She would be the one to decide who would sit on the case, and the judges she would assign the judges to the case, just like the Chief Justice of Nigeria would assign the Supreme Court judges to the case, right? So, like what you are asking, the decision will be what was behind the thought process of the Chief Justice of Nigeria to pick 4 Northerners and 2 Southerners to go discuss this matter. But from my own viewpoint, I don't want to attribute it to the geographical location of the tribe of these individuals, because I know whoever he picks would be unbiased in this matter. The reason why is that everybody is looking at them, and they would try as much as possible to be unbiased and give their verdict.
If the verdict is unanimous as you are anticipating, it will be very difficult to argue against it. Of course, they will argue against it still, but the way they've cleverly composed the judges and by the way, we're only making the assumption that they're all Northerners, because in the North, of course, it still breaks into geo subsects. So the way the composition is, certainly just one Yoruba name there, one Southeastern name there. So that removes that. So when we get that judgment and it's unanimous, at least the ethnic prejudice is removed, and somewhat the religious prejudice might be removed as well. So they will only say they were bribed, and that would be their next day.
I don't think so. Because I think Ogbeni, I don't know if he's around. I would want him to correct me, because the Supreme Court judges should be 15, if my memory stands correct. But currently now, the numbers are not so much. I was trying to count. I think I counted like 9. I'll go back again to count. Then if I get the right number, I will just update via private chat. So, which means the Chief Justice of the Federation is only left with those he can actually pick. So it's just a handful. I think just recently one of them died, and then again, what typically happens is that he's supposed to promote from the Court of Appeal to come over to the Supreme Court. But I think maybe after this Buhara and this nonsense, once this is over, he can now restructure the Supreme Court, because the numbers are not much. So you need more numbers, especially for cases that will be coming up in the future. So they have to promote some of them from the Court of Appeal, especially those who do not have the ambition to become the president of the Court of Appeal, who are not targeting that role, can then move up to become Supreme Court judges. And then likewise, some from the High Court and Federal High Court can move up to become Court of Appeal judges too. So they need to fill up that role, because it's not enough. So if he now has to pick 7 people out of the numbers that he has, so technically he's almost picking almost everybody, because excluding him, then how many does he have to pick? So he has to pick those who are available, and so that's why I say I don't think it's him himself is leaning towards that ethnic interest. If you ask me, I don't think so. I think he's leaning towards the availability of the judges currently on ground. And based on the limited number, he's picking what is available to come do national duties for the country.
All right, brilliant. Emeka, I still want to hear from you about, especially about the Senate recoiling from building roads in concrete. But I'm conscious that
let me use 1 minute.
Hold on.
Okay.
Yes, I want to quickly move the conversation, but I'll move it around so I can come back to you.
Okay,
Because when I saw that storyline, I thought of you. Let me do it in this order. So we're going to hear from Ete of Africa next. He's only just come in, but the reason why we're hearing from Ete of Africa next is because his system has been dropping in and out, and we've not heard from him. Ajane Koko remembers him, of course. Ete. We've not heard from him for over a year now. So we hear from Ete, who will give us a brief submission, and then we hear from Bishop, and then we go Hazon, we go Prince Daddy, Baba, then Ajane Koko. So we do it in that order. So Ete, what's happened now? Our fight don't finish. Are you still in Greece or somewhere? Ete? Ajane Koko, do you remember Ete of Africa? It's been so long, he doesn't know how to unmute anymore. Unmute Ete and speak to us.
Ete insulted everybody and ran away the last time.
Remember, yes, he told us he was going to be president, and then Ete, we're waiting for you. It's dropped. All right, let's go to Bishop. Ete, come back and then we'll put you on. So Bishop, you're up next.
Okay, hello, good evening. How are you guys?
We're good. Good to have you.
Okay, thank you. So, how are you doing today? Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can now.
Okay. So, Let me start by saying good evening, everyone. Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening, fellow compatriots from wherever they be listening from. Kindly click on the like button as you come in and subscribe if you have not done so. Thank you. So,
all right.
Where do you start from?
Yes, talk us through the headlines. The Supreme Court gives us a date, the 23rd of October. So at least Nigeria knows our fate fairly soon. So there is that. And then, of course, Wike, and then this explosive matter of Sheikh Gumi. So what do you do with a person like Sheikh Gumi is the question. The sound of music in mind. What do you do with them? What do you do with a problem like Sheikh Gumi? But some of the things that this guy says in the public space and his associations with terror organizations is really something. So all of that. So pick it up from whichever point, and then we go through the conversation. Good to see you, Bishop.
Yeah, good evening once again, gentlemen. Yeah. Well, I mean, you're starting me off with Gumi. Gumi has always been like that. Unfortunately, just in the recent time, we know the caliber or the category of people that supported him because they felt he was doing their bidding by poking at everything that Buhari represents. That's the former president representing. So that, and they were hailing him and hailing him and hailing him. Now he's taking it a step further. You know, practically doing what he was doing, what he did all the while. I don't see him change, and I don't think the government should pay him any attention. All they need to do is just to be on the guard, so that because the worst he can do is just keep inciting people against the government. He did it very successfully under Buhari administration. He gave the government a lot of bad names and damaged their reputation. So, but if this government can learn from what happened then, because arresting him or responding to him will be dignifying him and giving him more clout.
But you can't let him continue to seep all this toxic narrative into the space. It's very influential.
Whatever he does, go ahead.
No. That's it. It's very influential.
Whatever he does.
Yeah, go on.
Whatever he does, I mean, they should find a way so that, because he has nothing to lose. So if they are going to respond to him, the response must be in such a way that it's not going to cause more bad blood within the system. It's not going to heat up the system. I mean, we knew the role he played. He practically was backing the terrorists on his back, but the government went ahead and was dealing with them, irrespective of whatever he says. And when he still switched camp to the bandit and was behaving like the mouthpiece of the bandit, that does not stop the government. He said the government has no right to designate them as a terrorist. That's the bandit in the northwest. The government did not respond to him, but they went ahead and doing what they felt they should do. So when he shouted, shout, he got to a point, he was tired. He was like nobody was paying any attention to him. And this other guy, Yusuf something, one other professor or something, the way they were talking, I listened to them extensively. So I don't think...
Remember the time that he went to, is it Igangan, where Sunday Igboho came from? And it was saying that we own this land and whatnot. Here and...
I did not see that.
I'll look for that clip. He did do that.
Are you sure? Okay, I'd like to see that.
Yes, we played the clip here. I don't remember.
I missed out on that. I mean, I did. And because they practically did the same thing during Jonathan too, almost. So he has this. Nobody should tell me that he's not partisan. He knows he is very partisan, and maybe until his own, the one he prefers. So on what he said now, trying to incite or instigate people against what's it called? Wike, because of I don't think it's right. And you said something. I don't think Abuja was built without approval. I don't think that information is correct. I mean, when you said it, I kind of said, really? No, I don't think Abuja was built without approval. I think Abuja So, but we can check and confirm that, because that was what led to the conversation of nobody is above the law, that if they can demolish other places that fail to comply with the regulations, they should be able to do the same thing for Abuja. I think National Mosque and the National Ecumenical Center were part of the, what do you call it? What people were asking is that they should have designated another place for other trado or traditional worshippers and the rest. But I think Abuja was, maybe they have not been, maybe they have not completed, they have not built up all the areas as expected, or they have deviated from the original approved plan to, by which can be amended. But I don't think Abuja was built without, I mean, the National Mosque was built without approval. So back to Sheikh Gumi, I think they should just, Yoruba used to say, it takes wisdom, just like you said, to deal with a character like Maria, like Sheikh Gumi. It requires a lot of wisdom, tact, and patience, so that he can spill the milk. And they tell the Fuwara, the only Dawara, as they used to say in my part of the world. So I think they should just be careful and look for people that can deal with him, not deal with him as in deal with him, but this that can manage him. Maybe that's a better word. Thank you.
All right, and then it looks as though we're now in the final furlong of the what has been a marathon of an electoral process. So the Supreme Court sets the date then, the Monday the 23rd of October, to begin sitting and hearing all the pleas from the actors. So what are you making of that? What are you making of the announcement first, and then on to the judges that are going to sit in judgment?
Well, I expected it to have come much earlier than this. I mean, the announcement, because they have just a few days to be able to sit down. And the last time it was much more longer than this. So I don't know why it took them this long. Maybe because of the conduct of some of our compatriots, of our citizens, the way they went. So now, I mean, they come with when you were saying something earlier on, we look at the North as a monolithic North most of the time. So we're looking at Southwest and South and Southeast, but we're looking at North as one. Yeah, there are 6 people. At least one thing is certain, there are 6 regions. So we have confirmed that there's one person out of 7 judges. There is one from the North, I mean from the Southwest. I think that lady, Ogunwumi Ju, is that from Ondo, Ekiti State? If I can't remember. I think she's from Ondo State. Then again, Emmanuel Agim is definitely from the East. I think he's from Enugu. So I know one of the judges, what's his name? That one is from Salauda or something. I think that one is from Castina. So there are 3 regions in the North. So I mean, there's nothing that say it must be that on the panel must be representative. That must be what do you call it? Represent all the region or religion or ethnic or what have you. But I think it's wide enough, and I don't want to look at their ethnic affiliations or whatever in discharging their responsibility, because they will be failing. That would have been a failure, a red flag right from the beginning.
But the climate will look at that though. The climate that we're in now, they will look at them. They will look at their family. They will look at their political backdrop. What are you making that 5 Northerners and 2 Southwesterners, or Southerners first?
That's what I'm saying now. That's what I'm saying, that there are 7 regions. So let's assume that, okay, there are 3 regions in the North, there are 3 regions in the South. Now, if they begin to use ethnic affiliation to elect, to appoint, or where elect or appoint justices to sit of the particular panel, then that's almost be the beginning of the end of the judiciary. I think the judiciary should be protected from all this ethnic whatever. They experience I don't know what they require. I know some of them just came to the Supreme Court maybe about 3-4 years ago, but definitely they have their records. I know, yeah, people might, but which will be giving fuel to it if we are focusing on that, not the substance, because at least they had the judges at the appeal level from every part, and all of them were able to come to a consensus. I mean, the one from the Southeast was even very more assertive. I think only after the the Yoruba woman. What's her name now? Sorry, that name skipped me. So for me, I don't think it really matters. That's my thinking. I don't think it really matters, and I would really not want to concentrate on that part. So that no, Gumi is the present one. Is the one of the appeal. I'm talking of the one at the appeal.
Oh right,
Okay, yeah. The lady, that came out in the reading of her judgment. She was really, really very, and the other one from the southeast was very, and it was a unanimous decision. So if they're able to come with a unanimous decision, it's irrespective of where they come from. I mean, the fear thing will be, maybe because they are more northerners, they are going to support the northern candidate. I don't think they will do that. I don't want to believe in that. I believe that they will look at the fact of the matter and they will discharge the. Unfortunately, many people on the outside, especially the ones that run commentary the most on social media and on electronic media, don't actually go into, because they have a position they've taken by themselves, which is biased position, and they want the judges to align with them. So they are not really looking at the facts of the matter as presented by the parties. They just want to, because this is the way it must be. Remember, somebody came on the national television and said that the particular section of the Constitution does not need any interpretation, that it's already self-interpreted. It has already been self-interpreted. So arguments like that is what would give people fuel and energy to be able to pursue that narrative. So I believe they will do justice. And sometimes, even if it doesn't go your way, you believe that you cannot always be right at all times. So for me, I don't think the fact, the where they come from in any way influence their decision.
Yes. Do you think their process should be televised, like we saw with the appeal court?
The judgment, they can televise the judgment. They did that in 2019. It's just the sitting. Well, if they want to, why I opposed it then was like some people were just demanding it and making it like it's maybe it would have been fun, it would have, not fun. It would have helped us to learn a little bit about the process. But the way, especially the obedience and the LP, they were making it as if that is the basis of why judgment will be served, that anything other than whatever they wanted. And it was becoming very annoying, extremely very annoying. And especially when PDP also jumped on that train, and the media were. You need to see how Rufai carried that in on his head, like like there can be no justice if it's not televised, that they are the one that will determine. Hey, that was one of the reasons why. That was mainly the reason why I opposed it. I don't have anything against it. I don't have a dog in the fight, as they used to say. But hey, you cannot just denigrate. People were coming on your station, you have already taken a position, so your reportage will not even be fair in the first instance. Your reportage will be biased the same way you have been biased in your analysis and your opinion. You're supposed to be reporting, you're supposed to be a news outlet. But all you do is to force your own opinion on other people. Even when guests come to your studio, you want to force your opinion, you want them to align with you because you already have a wild and biased. That's not how it is done. So if only for that, let them not do it. Maybe on the final day, they can televise the final judgment, but it's not going to be as long as the appeal. There's really nothing to rule here. It's going to be pretty straightforward. That's my prediction. And then, like you just said, I am expecting a unanimous decision also. The only thing that might not, and let me tell you one other thing. Do you know that it is possible, because they will have selected some people and they will say, no, recuse me. Some people would have recused themselves on the basis of the fact that, if I go now, maybe they will come and pick on my family and attack me. I'm vulnerable, maybe my village, especially from the southeast and south. Some people might have recused themselves because, yes, it does happen. They can appoint and look, you are going on this planet. I say, no, I don't want to go for many reasons. Either maybe because you have affiliation with them in most cases. But if, like the thing that the panel that sat on the appeal, the first something, what they went through. Some people will say, no. I don't want to subject my children, my family to this kind of harassment. I don't want to. So they might have recused themselves. So especially from, so I will praise Agim for coming on,
No, just a bit of an addendum. He's actually from Cross River, not Enugu.
Okay, from Cross River. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. So, thank you.
Yeah,
So
but then that is to tell you that the Southeasterners are not represented. So I think there will be narratives wrapped around that.
I don't know. See, it is a possibility that they have nominated them, and some of them have recused themselves. It is a possibility, not with what they subjected those justices to. I mean, it was an aberration. It's something that could have probably been happening in the 1918, I mean, in the year 1800 or 1750. The kind of, and you see learned people disparaging, dragging their lordship justices of the appeal court because they are. I mean, so that alone, look at bringing people's pictures, showing their children, showing their addresses, showing their. I mean, if I were a judge in the Southeast at this time, I might want to have a rethink to want to be on that panel, honestly speaking, because anything can happen with IPOB and the rest.
You know, I think you are right. If I was a Southeastern justice, I will recuse myself.
Woman, I will join you in a minute. Let me attend something for a minute, please.
All right, brilliant. That's perfectly timed because Ete rejoins us. So Ete, unmute and speak to us. We'll be waiting to hear from you. Ete of Africa, you know how the system works. Ete, I'll only give you a microsecond more.
The system is not good from Turkey.
From Turkey, this is it.
Yeah.
All right. We'll wait
from
for
Nigeria.
Even from Nigeria, we get a better connection. As we wait for Ete to As we wait for Ete to join us, let Ahizon pick it up from where Bishop bailed out. So Ahizon, you're up next. Come at it from wherever you choose.
Yeah, woman, how far?
Adeo.
Turkey, man. Turkey, Erdogan don't silence all of them for that. Doesn't want anybody broadcasting.
You know, we're going to discuss that country as a topic one of these days. There's madness going on in that country.
Yeah, it's crazy. You know what, woman? Recently, I've been listening to the back and forth and everything. You know, I think you know what my stance is on our GCFR. But you know, the one thing I've been thinking about these days is about courage. You know, courage and bravery, which is something that unfortunately is not very common. Because I've also learned that the more money you make, the more connected you are, the less likely you're going to have courage and bravery to do what needs to be done. I'll give you an example. When one of the first times I called into your program and we're discussing the Goodluck Jonathan administration, and I said Jonathan failed. You know, I said he failed. It disappointed me. He failed. And Ajanle Koko commended me for making that comment because he said, as an Ijaw man, saying that, you know, was a brave thing to do because most people he had met were defending him. Most South people were defending him, regardless of the fact that he did not succeed. You know, so we fast forward till today, right? And I think about, you know, those two words, courage, bravery. You know, people that are courageous will do things at very huge personal risk. You know, for instance, the people speaking out against Israel today have courage in public because the Jewish community globally have the power to silence you, to take your job, to finish you. The Palestinians have no power. So if you take a stance criticizing the Palestinians, saying that they are, you know, whatever you want to call them, it's of no risk to you. In fact, you get rewarded. So that's not a brave stance to take. Now, if I take that back to Nigeria and I look at the current situation now with Tinubu, right? Given some people support him, and I can't fault people. I have friends that support Asiwaju, and in my conversations with them, they honestly believe that he can make things better in Nigeria. They honestly believe it. I can't see where that belief is coming from.
Do they give you reasons for that belief?
Yes, they give me reasons. They tell me, look, that I have to be pragmatic. I can't look at things strictly from a moral standpoint, that you need someone that understands the criminal underworld of the country, which will enable that person to get things done. This is their main argument. And they believe, they're not denying the fact that Asiwaju is flawed, but they're saying that he has the pull, he has the connections, and he has the political will to make the decisions that need to be made in the country. Now, I disagree. I think personally, Asiwaju lacks empathy. And I think because we have most of our people living in abject poverty, he does not have the empathy to take their situation into consideration. And the cancelling of the fuel subsidy on day one during his inauguration was an example of that. But if you go to the whole thing, the courage and... Wait, my brother, just give me a second. I disagree with 90% of what you said.
Emeka, let him land. Emeka, let him land now.
You know, I disagree with most of what you said, but I didn't interrupt you. So if you go to courage and power, you see what the NBC in Nigeria is doing, trying to silence broadcast stations. You see,
how have they done that?
Well, they find a rise when they brought Farotimi on.
Was that justified?
I don't believe it was, because I listened to what he said. I listened to the interview. He gave his opinion as a Nigerian citizen. I think because Buhari did this. When we brought the Air Force guy, I've forgotten his name, that went on channels, and he talked about the insecurity and the loopholes and the things that need to be done to fix it.
Commodore
Adewumi, there you go. That was brave. That man is courageous. That man has courage because he did it at great personal risk and he paid the price. He paid the price. Gani Fawemi was brave. In the face of military dictatorship, his life, his family, he stood his ground. He paid the price. Now, people who stand today, or even during Abacha's regime, and take the side of the power brokers are not brave because there is no personal risk. And if you look at it from that standpoint, and you look at situations we're facing, it doesn't matter who you support. I supported Obi. If Obi was in office today and he was messing up, I would criticize it. I supported Jonathan. I came on your platform. I said Jonathan failed. This is not a function of partisanship. It's a function of the soul of your nation. And when you watch people do certain things, like the silencing of open voices, that is concerning. When you hear people say stuff like DSS should go and pick up certain people because they made a comment, that is disturbing. These Gumi comments he made, I don't like Gumi. I disagree with his comment. I think it's very divisive. I think it is the kind of comment that can immediately start some kind of incident in the north where they will just run into a place and start killing or start buying Christians. Excuse my language, right? I think this is the kind of comment that can give rise to those sort of things. And that's why I was asking the question earlier to Emeka that, look, you're saying
so do you think he should be picked up?
No.
You don't?
No, I don't.
After what you've just described as as a potential consequence of his utterances.
It can be a fallout of his comment, but the man is allowed to say he thinks Christians don't serve the interest of the greater good. That's not a crime. He can say that. He's not telling Muslims, carry your arms and go on the street and slaughter Christians. If he says that, yes. But he's not saying that. I disagree with what he's saying. I think it's very divisive. I think there are dog whistles in there that is kind of feeding his masses, telling them, okay, this is how you need to handle this situation. You know? But should he be arrested? Of course not. He gave his opinion on what he thinks about Christian leaders. He shouldn't be arrested. And I think we need to be careful. We need to be very careful because, listen, today, Asiwaju is in office. He's the GCFR. Tomorrow, it might be whomever from Sokoto. And you know, Yorubas are very activist in nature. Someone will come out tomorrow and say something. Next thing they'll say, go and pick him up. And if anyone complains, they say, what are you talking about? After all, Tinubu did this to this person. So I think we need to we need to be very careful in how we make these comments, right? About DSS just picking up. DSS is Department of State.
Sorry, I'm not interjecting you.
DSS.
Hello, my brother.
Wait. DSS.
Sorry,
DSS is for internal security of the nation. It's to protect us. All these people that are kidnapping people in school, these people doing this, people stealing money. We lose how much? Where's Kulata to help me out here? We lose how much in billions of dollars a day in oil stolen. Why isn't DSS investigating that? That is our very survival being stolen. Not one person has been brought to trial. Minerals are being stolen. One person has not been brought to trial. One person has not been investigated. One person publicly has not been announced as the culprit. So I think when we start to say, oh, DSS should arrest the person for a comment, when there are significant crimes being committed that are affecting our very survival, and no one is saying anything. So those are the things you look at and you say, listen.
Yeah, but when DSS picked up Emefiele, you guys were up in arms. That is, our human rights were being abused.
Woman, listen. Okay, till today, let me ask you this: what is Emefiele being charged for?
Crimes against the state.
What crimes? That's very broad. What crimes?
Financial
fraud.
That's even broader. What crime?
Terrorism. I'm giving you the crimes. Fraud, anti-money laundering, terrorism, financing terrorism.
Terrorism or what? The terrorism charge, by the way, they charged him that terrorism charge when he was in the US under Buhari. He came back to Nigeria. They didn't arrest him. So this whole thing, you want us wait. This whole thing, you want us to believe. Wait,
the military to protect him. There could have been a shootout there.
What terrorism charge?
Give the full facts. Please.
Let the people know. Terrorism charges is broad.
He came.
No.
DSS wanted to pick him. The chief of defense staff brought in the military to take him out.
Terrorism charges is broad. What terrorism charge is Emefiele being charged? You can't just say terrorism charge.
He was financing IPOB.
Okay. Wait. He was financing.
Some money.
Your argument is let's talk like people that have sense here. Your argument is he was financing IPOB, right? They have not provided any evidence. They have not gone to court and officially put a case before him that he was financing IPOB. They have just kept the man incarcerated for how long without letting him out. That is a violation.
Taking him to court now.
Yeah, they've taken him to didn't his lawyers go there and they said they should release him.
My brother, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Let me just make this.
No, you said I should wait. The other time I've waited. Let me put
my brother, make I make my final conclusion. Then you can jump in and ask questions. I'll give you time to ask questions.
Yeah.
So the final point I want to make in terms of this is, in terms of people that have courage. I'll give you one final example. There was a time, and I don't know if I've mentioned it on this platform. I went to Nigeria as a consultant for a particular ministry, or at the time I was invited.
Yes,
they had their retreat in Ghana. I went. I was supposed to speak.
When you pocketed the stack code, Abby?
That's where I'm going, one man.
Yes.
So I was in Accra, in my room, after the first day of the strategy session. Someone knocked the door. I opened. They said, "Oh, how are you, sir?" This and that. I said, "Okay, yeah, it's fine. Yeah, take this envelope." I took the envelope. They closed the door. Waka come out. I sat down in my room. I opened the envelope. Crisp, $100 notes. These notes have not seen one day of struggle. They were very crisp. In fact, if you touch the edge too much, you go cut your hand. Lots of them in the envelope. I sat down there and I looked at this money for at least 20 minutes. And I was thinking to myself, they said Esther code. I was thinking to myself, there's no way any expense in this place will reach this amount of money. Right? If you fast forward from then till today, I've grown as a human being. Right?
Well, you didn't tell us the bit when you returned the money and told them off.
But that's woman. That's
look at this guy.
Right, woman. That is one man. You just make
Did
woman.
You return the money.
Hey,
One man,
return.
Have you returned the money? Yes or no?
One man, no, one man, you just
Oh my goodness.
one man. Wait. One man. Oh, now no go let me land. Make I finish my story now.
All right, carry on.
Okay,
Yeah,
one man.
Yeah, carry on. Sorry.
One man, look.
Yeah.
That point you just made, you just concluded the final point. In that at that point in time, I lacked bravery and I lacked courage. I should have given them back that money and I should have said to them, it's okay. Because guess what?
Hold on. Given the same set of circumstances, what would you do now?
Now I would have taken the money back to them and I said it's okay.
But your financial buoyancy still remains as it was whenever that happened.
Now I make more money than I did then. But
yeah, no, that's what I'm saying, because now you are financially comfortable.
But that's not the reason. One man at the time, now I'm more politically savvy. Right now I'm a little sharper. At the time, and to be honest with you, I was really caught off guard. At the time, I looked at it and I said, something is wrong here. But there was just a disconnect in terms of, maybe it was the crisp dollars, I don't know. But there was a disconnect in terms of just saying that, okay, this is what needs to happen. But now that I think about it, that money they gave me, if the time came to start implementing projects, right? And I had gone to the minister and said, look, here's what we need to do, X, Y, and Z, because this is the right thing to do. This is how to benefit the people. And he had told me, my friend, just relax.
You don't have the moral authority anymore.
Exactly. I've lost my ground. I've lost everything because I've taken that money, because I lacked courage when it was needed. And that's why I'm making this point, because in every situation, all of us need to look ourselves in the mirror and ask ourselves that question.
Courage.
You're breaking up, Patrick.
It wasn't courage that you lacked. It was.
I can't hear you, my brother.
We can't hear you. You are breaking up. It was carry on, Aiton. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, so I'm just at least Patrick can be the psychologist here and tell me what I was lacking. But at the time, I've reflected on that moment so many times, one man. And even till today, I try to do things. I have an NGO, one man, right? I try to do things in Nigeria, and there are certain times when I'm trying to do certain things, and there are certain situations that present itself, and I'm like, no, I'm fine, it's okay. I say it's okay. Why? Because I understand that I will compromise myself to do that. But you guys have questions.
Hold on, Aiton. Patrick, your system is not connecting fully. So it's just all we're hearing is the graining noise of bad connection. So we can't actually hear what you're saying. And there it is again. So if you are listening, you can hear what we're hearing, Patrick. We can't hear you.
Woman, I really want to have a conversation with Patrick, because I'm actually a fan of his.
Yes,
so I really want to have
Patrick too, but he doesn't join us often enough. Well, but I think Ajale Koko has a question for you. Ajale Koko.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think Patrick has. All right, Ajale Koko, yeah.
Can't remember what I wanted to ask. Can go ahead.
I have a question for him.
Ask him a question. Sorry, I'm back. Can you hear me now?
I hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah. So let's forget the courage and the conscience thing. I wanted to ask a question. You said they should not arrest Gumi, because Gumi said that the Christians cannot be trusted with the military of the military discipline of the country, security of the country. Do you think it is
no, Patrick?
Right.
No, Patrick. We're not hearing you.
I wanted to hear his question.
When some people
all right, let's hear from it. Let's say
South.
Patrick, we can't hear you. Let's hear from Emeka. Yeah.
Okay, I have two questions for him. The first one is, do you know how much is the ESTA code allocation for that project that you went to do? Do you have any idea?
I can't remember. And if you're trying to find a way to find out how much they put in an envelope, I'm not going to
No,
tell
no,
you
no, no,
how
no.
much.
I'm not interested in the amount. Why I say so is that there's actually an allocation for that. And if that allocation was what they gave to you, then maybe it might be more than your expectation, but that's what is due for you for the services that you are providing, right? So you might have thought about it differently in the sense that, okay, I think this is an extraordinary amount that they're giving to me for the services I'm about to render. And that's just extra code because it's entitled to you.
Emeka,
It's entitled to you.
Emeka, let me say this to you, okay? At the time, I was in the US, okay? I live in Canada now. I live in Toronto. I was in the US at the time. I flew to Nigeria to do this. I was not struggling. So I was making money. You understand? So, and I knew the value of what I was going to charge them for the consultancy I was putting on the table. When they gave me that ESTA code, I knew that money was a waste. You understand what I'm saying? And I was not the only one getting that money in a conference, a strategy session we were having, which showed me that there was a lot of waste in just that one little session. Now, you might say there's an allocation. Just because there's an allocation doesn't mean it's okay. That's money that is being wasted on things that it doesn't need to be spent on. You understand what I'm saying?
Why do you say so? You traveled from the US to Nigeria, right?
Yes.
And what you are saying is your traveling expense for them to move you to come from the US to Nigeria should not be covered. Your
No, it was covered.
should not
That's
be covered.
Different. That was covered as well.
No, let me finish. Your accommodation should not be covered. Your feeding expense should not be covered.
It was covered.
Running around to keep
Which
you.
running around?
Keep you in
They
touch.
gave someone to drive us around everywhere. Where am I running to? In Accra. And by the way, I wasn't in Nigeria. Okay, so let me explain the thing to you. They brought me in. I didn't pay for that. They put me up.
They will bring you. Yeah.
I didn't pay for that. I was eating. I wasn't hungry. I was fine.
Agreed.
They did not need to give me an envelope. Wait. They did not need to give me an envelope with that amount of cash.
Okay.
There was no need. I had transport.
You had transport.
It was unnecessary.
Wait, hold on. Sorry.
This is the point I'm making.
Sorry to interject. You had transport.
Yes.
From your own money or from?
No. They had a driver that was taking us around. Okay, I was fine.
Okay.
You understand? Listen,
like I was
I'm telling you,
if you know the actual amount, if you know the actual amount, and they are giving you something higher than the actual amount, then I can understand your concern. But if you say you don't know the actual allocation amount and they are not giving you something as a stock code, hold on.
Here's what I'm saying. Right? If you are going to work or you're going to have interactions with a government parastatal, and you know the issues in the country that this parastatal is facing, and one of the issues is one of financing and revenue generation, there is no way they should be putting out that kind of cash. They need to have an overhaul of how there's an allocation and distribution of money to make sure that they're not hemorrhaging money. Because if that was one event and they put out that amount of cash, multiply that by 100 in a year. This is what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about, and for me, and here's the thing, this is why I bring it back to bravery, because for me, at that point, I was trying to do that thing, not because I was trying to become wealthy on the back of Nigeria. I was trying to do it because I felt it was the right thing and I could make a difference. So if I really wanted to make a difference, the minute I took that money, that difference went out the window. That's the point I'm making.
Now, sorry, I think I have three questions, but let me put both of them together, then you can answer. So now at this point, I think that was what Patrick wanted to also ask. If you are being called again for consultation, to either advisory or whatever it is to serve your country, and you are being provided with such amount of money or for your services, would you be brave enough to say no?
Yeah, I will.
Okay. Now, my second question, so that you can say
no. Let me answer your question. You asked me a question. Let
me. I want to give you the question so that I don't. You can roll with it.
Take both questions and then bring it.
The other question is
wrap it up and then we move on.
The other question is now. Gumi was talking about security and then removing Wike, we could see where he landed his discussion on. I understand you saying, oh, there was no need, he's entitled to his opinion. Now, you have also said that his speech could incite specific uprising in the country. Now, are you aware that some people who are afraid to come out to the public to express themselves are using Gumi as a talking point? Yeah, those are my questions.
But that wasn't a question, though. You made a wait. The second one, there wasn't a question in the second one.
I don't want us to get too bogged down into this, but ask the questions, give the response.
If you are aware, do you not think that the DSS should, because what you're saying is that why should people be, do you not think that the DSS should not interrogate or investigate those people who are using Gumi as their talking points to create some form of insurrection in the country? I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, let me answer both questions. The first one, if I was to go back now, if someone, let's say one man has connections with Sheyi in this government, and they say, hey, look, we're trying to do X, Y, and Z. One man is like, I know my guy, he will do it for you. Before I step foot in Nigeria, I'll give them a very fully detailed MOU, budget, payment schedule, everything will be done. I will not need one kobo from them. Do you understand what I'm saying? It'll be very well detailed. If I hit if they decide, if they say no, I'm not struggling. I'll say it's okay, thanks, but no thanks. But if they agree to it, I will hit the ground, I'll get the job done, I'll have my upfront cash in the bank, I'll get everything finished. That's the first thing. They won't need to give me any ESTA code. The budget will be fully covered. And if they come with ESTA code, I'll be like, thank you, this is not necessary. Because what you're paying me for is strictly for my services. There is no other regime that will make you have leverage.
Sorry, Aizon, to break your stride, but do you think if you say thank you, this is not necessary, it will go back to the national coffers?
Yeah, even if it doesn't go back, at least from where I am standing, one man, they do not have leverage on me. I will speak my mind as a man that's not compromised. I will tell them this is my stance, this is what I think needs to happen. And if they don't want it, it's okay. I will walk away. You understand what I'm saying? But the minute you take any type of thing from these people, you are compromised. They own you. They own you. And that is what, and the one thing I'll give Asiwaju credit for, and I promise you he's a mastermind. In fact, I've given him a nickname. I call him the Dark Sith Lord. Have you ever watched Star Wars? You know the Dark Sith Lord?
No, I've not really, it's a cultural reference and I've not really watched it. And I'm a sci-fi fan. I don't know why
man, you have to check it out, man. So the Dark Sith Lord was the person that Vader reported to. He's like the master of all masters. That's what I like in Asiwaju too. Asiwaju was crafty and smart enough to make his money go around so far that so many people are indebted to him. So many people. And they are willing to fight to the last drop for him, to protect him. He's a smart man. He understands the very soul of Nigeria, the money-driven desire of people, and he has fed it. And for that, I take my hat off to him. He's strategic. He's smart. He's very conniving. He's done well in that regard. Too many people owe him favors. So anyway, I digress. So that answers your first question, Emeka. For the second one, with Gumi, please go back and listen to what one man said about what Gumi actually said. Right? What you're saying is you're coming up with conclusions. Oh, do you know that there are people that are asking Gumi to speak for them? First of all, we don't know anything. All we know is what Gumi said. We don't know whether some small group in Sokoto or Borno or Kebbi are pushing Gumi's. Nobody knows anything. We know what he said. Right? We know he gave his opinion on Christians. That much we do know. I said that it can incite people because it's a dog whistle. He's not saying go out and do this, but by him saying it, it could have that kind of impact indirectly. But the man gave his opinion. It's like if a Christian says, listen, I don't trust Muslims, and some Christians in Enugu go and kill some Muslims that are there. He gave his opinion. He didn't incite them to do the crime.
Aizon, let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, while I agree with you that he should not be arrested, but with that statement or maybe the speech that he delivered, which is very, very divisive, don't you think that speech that is very, very divisive and capable of threatening the national security of the country? Don't you think that the DSS or the maybe DSS or the intelligent agency should invite him for questioning, the way they did in the case of Commodore Adewumi that you were referring to the other time? Don't you think it should be invited and be given warning not to make such statement again?
Okay, so Ajanle Koko, Comrade Adewumi should have never been arrested or brought in for questioning because he was giving his opinion as a security expert in the country about the issues that we were facing. He wasn't releasing any state secrets. He didn't say, he said, look, that this thing that is going on, based on my experience, here's what I think, right? He shouldn't be arrested. It's almost like a former US, since people like to use America as example for everything, it's almost like a former US general, right? Petraeus or something. He goes on TV, they ask him about Ukraine. He's like, look, here's what I think about what the Russians are doing. Here's why I don't agree with the Ukraine, giving Ukraine money with this thing with Russia. Will we now say that CIA should go and arrest him for giving his opinion about a war that they shouldn't be in? Of course not. So that's the same thing. Or if someone in America, one of Trump's people says, oh, all these black people are lazy. All they want to do is collect welfare check and they don't want to work. And then we will now say, oh, we'll pick him up because Oyinbo people will start treating black people bad in the country. You can't, even if it can have that effect, there's no guarantee that that effect is going to come to pass. You understand what I'm saying? So if he makes a comment, I think Christians are this. Okay, that's his opinion. Gumi is one man. Yes, there's some crazy Muslims that might take out an act.
No, Aizon. You know, opinion, I mean, the way he delivered it is attacking Christians. This is not opinion on issue. Adewumi was taking facts of what he knew that was happening, that was wrong, that that he knew, all that he knew. But this guy, he was threatening. He was describing Christians as bad people to his people, and he knows clearly that, you know, having referred to all those history that he was mentioning in his speech, it could spark some problem and you know, trouble all over the place.
Yeah.
So don't you think it should be invited for questioning and be won?
No, because here's the thing. I don't go look. Let's say
you have to understand
I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
Here's the thing. Let's say a Yoruba man says something about the Igbos, right, and calls them criminals, all kinds of derogatory names, and then tomorrow Operation Python Dance happens and maybe an additional Igbos are killed or whatever the case may be, or in Ladipo Market in Lagos, they attack some Igbos and kill them. Yes, that happened, but you can't say that because that person gave his opinion on Igbos, that's the reason why they went and they killed them. It is unconnected. Is it possible? Yes. But you can't directly make that connection. And that's why I'm saying...
You know that religion, anything that has to do with religion carries emotion. You know that?
Yes.
And you know the way Northerner, takes their religion. Yeah. They take it very important, and they don't.
Yeah.
You don't mess with it. Don't mess with them on their religion.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah. So what he is trying to do, he's trying to, how do I describe it?
He's trying to intimidate Wike. All what he's doing is trying to intimidate Wike.
It's trying to paint the Christian bad and trying to paint all the appointment of Tinubu, those that are the Southerner particularly, very bad. That look, they have taken everything away from the North. We cannot, we are not on board with this. And, you know, trying to instigate them against the authority. That is what he's trying to do. He's trying to instigate his people against the authority.
Yeah,
and he's using religious, he's using that religious emotion, you know, to push that is senseless call.
Yeah, he's being divisive.
All right,
he's being divisive. I agree.
Hold on, Aizon, respond to that, and then move us on to another topic. I think we are over laboring this particular.
Okay. Yeah. So I agree with you. He's being divisive. That comment, anybody can take those kind of comments any kind of way, and they can take action into their own hands. Yes, we've seen it happen in all different places around the world.
Okay. What if a Christian leader? Hold on. If a Christian leader from the South, not tomorrow, and describe Muslims from the North as barbaric, that they are barbaric people, they are the ones that destroy Nigeria, and this and that, and we started having this back and forth from the North, from the South. What are we preparing for ourselves?
No. See, if that happens, see, here's the thing, right? What Gumi said.
No. I'm asking you. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm trying to answer. Let me answer it. Let me answer it. So what Gumi said, it doesn't warrant a DSS pickup, in my opinion. It warrants the leaders in the North, the Sultan and all these other people, the Lamido Sanusis, all these people, to come to him and tone down his rhetoric and talk to him. Because if a Christian leader said that in the South, and the Christian leader, let's say, was under the Catholic Church will censure that person and tell him to rein in his comments.
Baba Shea said something like that yesterday. He called the APC government, he called the APC government a Muslim government.
Okay, it's his opinion. It's not facts. Listen, okay, let me give you guys if you start picking up every single person that makes an opinion in that country, given how opinionated we are.
You are covering it. You are couching it under free speech. But what is actually falls under is incitement. It's not free speech. It's incitement.
That is what he's trying to do now.
Yeah,
he's trying to incite the people against the authority, which is bad.
Some of that.
Do you know why?
All right, Aizon, have the very final word on that space, okay, and then take us to this 24-year-old boy that has just been sacked.
Yeah. So, just so you guys know, and Obeni can back me, incitement in criminal law means the encouragement of another person to commit a crime. Right? He's not encouraging anyone to commit a crime. He's just giving his opinion. So, in other words, we can say this is what it can lead to because of our history. So we're very careful about it, and we're saying, listen. But in terms of him being arrested because he gave his opinion on what he thinks, everybody has opinions, but everybody has facts, right? So I don't think he should be picked up. I think people can put pressure on northern leaders to have conversations with him, to rein in his comments. And that's what I would encourage people to do. Because look, there are real crimes being committed in that country. If we start picking up people for comments, one, it will become an authoritarian state.
Let me give you, hold on, Aizon. Look, in that country, if we don't start to use what law represents to do things in that country, then we will never get it right. Look, this Igbo guy in Lagos, he made a speech that if Lagos State does not protect them, they can invite IPOB to come and protect them. What happened to that guy? He's still languishing in jail.
That's a different speech, though.
Hold on. He's still languishing in jail. What did he say?
Yeah, But look, that's a different situation.
We must move on. Yeah,
that guy
have
is
the final say, and then
I'll call you, and we'll have this conversation.
Yeah, let Ajale Koko have the final say, and we must move on. We've been on
okay.
it
So that guy is still languishing in jail. So when you see it's a leader. This is not just ordinary person like me and you. It's a leader, one of the notable leaders, a religious leader, and is using religious sentiment against the appointment, against the unity of the country. He's threatening the unity of the country. That is what he's trying to do. And they should, no, you don't need to send them, go to Sultan or this. No, that is not the way. The authorities should invite him for questioning and let them know that they are serious. They don't, this kind of statement is capable of threatening the peace of the country, and he should not make such statement again. And they should let him sign some statement. Maybe I don't know the way they do it, but the authorities invite him. Yeah, they should sign undertaking. They did it for what do you call it? FKK. You remember one man? Yeah. FKK made a statement some time ago. He was invited, isn't it? Have you forgotten one man?
No, we talked about it here.
We did it here. They invited you.
Every case is different. So on a case by case basis, every case is different. Ajale Koko, every case is different. You and I know that. Okay, and it depends on the law of the country. But go ahead. Yeah.
All right. Take us to this young man that just.
One man. Before you proceed, just a second. Yeah. Let me just make just chime in real quick. If an evil man had made this Gumi's statement, he would have been in the deepest hole in DSS hole by now. So we should just put that into perspective. You can go ahead.
All right, back to Aizon. Take us to the young man.
Yeah, and as far as that comment, we don't even know if that's fact. We can't speak in hypotheticals. But yeah, okay. So this one man, this guy. Let's recap this. This is what you have on, right? Nomination of Imam as farmer.
Yes. He's a 24-year-old guy, barely out of diapers.
Oh yeah, I remember this.
Yeah.
We were talking about this yesterday, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. So there was a debate yesterday. Who was saying that he was qualified? So who was making the argument here yesterday that he was qualified? That supposedly he had, and you were making the argument that the boy is not qualified. He's barely come out of university. Diapers. Yeah. So my thought process behind this, and this is not the first time this sort of thing has happened in this administration, right? Subsidy taken away, subsidies being brought in through the back door. We're going to go into Niger. Oh, you know what? We're not going into Niger anymore. Now this. Tinubu withdraws the nomination of this guy. Why did they put this guy forward in the first place? Did they not do their due diligence? Did they not take a look at this guy and really evaluate that, okay, maybe he's a sharp, talented kid, but he's not quite ready yet. Maybe we can put him as an advisor. Maybe there are things you can do with him. Did they not have this conversation? I don't want to come up with the conclusion that the government is unprepared or certain aspects of the government are unprepared, but that's what this reeks of. This reeks of not taking a look at the situation properly, doing your due diligence, vetting someone, making sure they're qualified, because it makes you look like you don't know what you're doing. To be honest with you, that's the way I look at this. And
are these just not teething problems?
I don't know, one man. Because the reason why I don't want to say they're teething problems is because the people that have been selected for each segment of all these areas in government, for the most part, I would say for the most part, the exclusion was that lady we saw yesterday that was making a nuisance of herself, saying she wants to sue the UN. But for the most part, these are credible people. These are not guys that just woke up one morning and decided to do a job. They know what they're doing, or they should, right? So when you see this sort of issue, it's not so much of me saying the president. I don't believe in that. I can be nuanced in my opinion. Is who is the person under the president that is making these decisions? Because the buck is going to stop with BAT. But whomever is making these decisions needs to be like, what the hell are you doing? Are you not looking at your candidates properly? First of all, who appointed that lady that went to the hospital and saying she wants to sue the UN? And she's from Anambra. Are you telling me, given the educational standard that we know exists in Anambra, they can't find someone that's better to do that job for women affairs? That was a joke. It was embarrassing.
Do you think do you think she was deliberately appointed to punk the Southeasterners? Because that's that's what you're inferring, isn't it?
No, I'm saying listen, I don't know, man. That's one hell of a conspiracy. But what I'm saying is, come on, man. I have, I'm from Delta. Anambra is right across the bridge, River Niger. I know so many of them. They're sharp people in that state. Why is that lady they picked? Or maybe it was slim pickings because there are not a lot of APC people there. That's possible. It's possible. That they didn't have too many options, so they had to settle for her, right? But for women affairs, come on. Women are going through so much in that country that you pick this sort of person. I can promise you this one, man. If someone asks her what her policy and strategy is for the next 4 years for women affairs, I can guarantee she can't tell you. I can promise you.
Can you take a question?
Yeah.
Yes,
sure.
Very good. I think I'm in the first time to see someone. How do you? Delta being the richest state in the country by virtue of oil states allocation. I think it came up in the.
We're struggling to hear you.
Yeah, he's breaking up, but I can hear him. I think I know where he's going though. Well, go ahead, Obeg.
Yeah, maybe a week ago or thereabouts. I think Delta came up on top, and Bayelsa is number 2, and then Rivers is number 3. But when you try to juxtapose the developmental project and then poverty level in Delta State as against other South states, why is it that Delta people are not really concerned? They're not really speaking up. Why?
Oh, my brother, they're concerned though. They're speaking up. But it's what's happening in Delta is a microcosm of what's happening in Nigeria, right? And I'll use an example. We just talked about how much billions of our oil is being stolen. We don't refine our own oil. We haven't had electricity. We don't have clean drinking water, right? And people are not on the streets burning the country down. That example for the whole country, that's what's happening in Delta. My constituency in Delta, the senator has been James Manager for almost the last 25 years. If you can believe that. He should be removed instantly. When I was there last time, I was telling my brother, I said, this guy is under the complaint. This guy has been there for how long as your senator? In fact, he probably just goes to Abuja and sleeps. If you've been there for 25 years, you have no incentive to work at all. If you go down there, every day they abuse him. But in order to mobilize people to do things and get him out, a problem, right? He's PDP, Okowa, before Okowa, Oduagan, before Oduagan, Ibori, right? So powerful cabal have held the state to ransom. There are 25 local government areas, right? Crony after crony after crony. They've held the state. That state should be the richest state in Nigeria, given the dynamics.
There are 3 senators in Delta State.
Yes.
What about
manager,
the other 2?
I'm talking about manager. My area is my area. I talk about. So that he has been there. In fact, I talked to one of the elders. They say, they live a long time. They say he will die for the office. But it's people have checked out. They are frustrated. They are tired. If you go to Burutu local government area, which is right next to Bomadi local government, it's an Ijaw local government area in Delta, one of the 4. If you go there, that place may be the most perfect area for a deep sea port in Nigeria. It is. In fact, they have water inlands that go into the land. Perfect. If they build a port there, it will change the economic structure of that whole region, going all the way into the southeast. It will change it immediately. In fact, the revenue that will be generated for Nigeria as a whole will be significant. Oh yeah, maybe we do problem. And I'm not one of those that will blame the federal government, because I know if the governments of Delta, Bayelsa, Rivers come together, they can establish new ports. If they go to Abuja and make a case, they can establish new ports, they can bring their revenue together, they can build a significant rail that will go all the way from that area into the north, and they will generate more money than any other region. But the will to do it.
But it's a federal project, though. I don't think a state can just, you can.
But they can, if they approach the president, right? If they approach Abuja. Tinubu is a business guy, right? If they approach him, regardless of party affiliation, if they come together and say, listen, right, we need to do this. We've been able to identify areas to source our funding. We have certain revenue we've generated. We're also partnering with NDDC. We're trying. They will do it. They will do it. But the problem is, these guys, ever since, if you use Bayelsa as an example, ever since Alemesia Diepre was governor, the whole incident, he had the opportunity to set the foundation for the state. He failed woefully. The embarrassment that he brought later on, then we saw the case with Ibori, the embarrassment that brought on, then the people that have come after that have been their cronies. In Bayelsa, the exception was Silva, right? But now they've disqualified him. The exception was Silva in Bayelsa. But in Delta, Uduaghan, Okawa, all of them, they bow down before Ibori. So,
Aizon? All right. No, but, I think it dropped. Aizon? All right. Let's go on to Baba. We can't have the void. Let's go on to Baba. So, Baba, you're up next. Oh, I think it's on his back. Aizon, you dropped. Carry on. It's on. Aizon? Can anyone
Can you hear me? Sorry. Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, you dropped. Carry on.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. So I think the question was asked by Enigmatic. I'm not sure who that was. But yeah, it's a function of the same thing we're facing in Nigeria, my brother. It's very frustrating. Very frustrating for me because I see the potential of that place and the things that can happen. But on the flip side, there's one thing that's been going on for the last how many years now. Every rainy season in Rivers, Bayelsa, Delta, parts of Southeast, all the way into Kogi, every rainy season communities are flooded. In fact, people that have farms can't have farms anymore because they'll just say when you farm, when the rains come, your farm is washed away. Houses, people move all their stuff to the second floor of their homes and they bring out boats. I'm not exaggerating. They bring out boats to move around on roads because everywhere is water. It's terrible. And that's because of the dam that was opened by the Cameroonians, right? So I don't know. That's an emergency situation. You know, I don't know why they haven't set up an emergency conference with the president. But yeah.
All right. All right. Thank you, Aizon. So thank you, Aizon. Aizon, let's move on from you just for time management and go on to Baba to see if he's ready. Baba, you're up next.
All right, one man. I'll be in the background. Nice talking to you guys again, man.
All right, cheers, Aizon. Don't make it so long the next time. So that's Aizon, of course. The sapele water from the creeks. But Baba from America. Baba, you're up next.
Yeah, one man. How are you all? Thank you for the opportunity. I salute you all on the panel tonight, as usual. Very interesting topics to be discussed on. And I acknowledge the Ijaya of your platform, Enigmatic, also known as Sherubawan. Let me go to the comment section. I salute you all there, starting from the Ace, Alex Gomez, coming down to the gentlemen folks. Those that are here are not here. Those that are doing listening in the background. People like Zita and all the rest. I salute you all. Chioma, Ayo, Ola, Eze, Mumune, and all the temperate guys and the intemperate guys. You all are doing a wonderful job in terms of your contribution for and against. I'm enjoying everything because I read every line. Yes, one man. I think, how do we start here right now?
Where do you want to kick it off? Do you want to kick it off with the Supreme Court, or do you want to kick it off with Sheikh Gumi, or just you want to free
Yes,
flow?
let's talk about the Supreme Court, actually. For me, I know definitely that those 7 judges have been appointed not today. Because of the timeline remaining, I think they've been really going through the whole judgment of the Court of Appeal, the PEPC. And I think they kept their nomination quiet because of the virulent attack the judiciary has been receiving of late from certain quarters. And I think for me, this article thing, this additional evidence or inputs to help his case, I want them to admit it. Honestly speaking, this is the time to settle all issues in Nigeria. This is the time. The time is now, not tomorrow. The 25% Abuja issue is inching towards final settlement, and it will become settled law. I want them to admit it, and I want the lawyers, both sides, to do a good job, and let's see how they rule. I want them to rule, but I don't want them to make the what do you call it, the process to be an open thing. It's not what do you call it? It's not a Big Brother house, but let the final judgment be on real time, live, so that we will not have back and forth. They said this, they said that. So it will be something that all of us will hear, and there will be no disputing it, just like that Pepsi judgment. Because if it had been something that was put on paper the next day, there will have been so many slants to it, and that will be difficult to cover, to argue upon. So I want them, because really that issue of whether you can add on something in Supreme Court and to what extent, I think it should be addressed here and now. So that's my own take on that Supreme Court thing.
What are you making of the composition of the judges? So 5 from the north, 1 from the southwest, and it looks as though now 1 from the south. Do you think that's balanced?
Well, I think when it comes to judiciary, we're talking about law here and the interpreters. And besides that, I think Ariwola is so unfortunate. I think there are just about 9. About just 9 of them there. And I think constitutionally they're supposed to be, is it 13 or 16? I'm not too sure. I've not checked it so far. So they are not many there anymore. So I don't know how many Easterners there. But if I'm correct and there are just 9 left, if 7 is sitting, then that means that leaves Ariwola and 1 other we don't know yet. So I think he served us what he has, what is available. But then when it comes to the judiciary, the apex of it, I think we should all look beyond this sentiment of tribal or ethnic affiliations. We should be very professional about this. But unfortunately, in our country, even outsiders like Caleb Caleb of CSU said, it's a Nigerian thing. Even if our football team, Super Eagles, are playing, the Yoruba man wants to know how many Yoruba lad is on the field. The Igbo man wants to claim the number of Igbos there. And it's a Nigerian thing. I don't know how we arrive at that, but that's who we are at the moment. But let's see. The unfortunate thing, those I just pity. A few days ago, or about a week and a half, the man who gaslighted the lawyers, I mean, from the bar to attack the judiciary, Oleksa Bakuba, turned around, started cautioning them. And I started wondering that, were you not the person who started to derogate and denigrate the seat? You who is supposed to be a priest at the altar of justice and attacking the oracle. And most of the lawyers have done that. And they are going now, most of them are regretting, particularly the lawyers of Atiku and Obi. What I observed, they are regretting. If you observe, they've not been talking. After that, their salvos, they fired in the first week after the judgment. Even when Atiku came up with this thing, this CSU thing, other than file the application, they never talked about it. Instead, they brought a neophyte of a lawyer, Kalu, to talk for and on their behalf. I don't know who appointed him, because he said he was not Atiku lawyer on that day, because he was on Arise News. And they asked him, are you Atiku's lawyer? He said, no. Are you talking for PDP? He said, no. Only 1-2 hours later, we saw him addressing the world press, world in quotes, with Atiku. So most of them will get their comeuppance, because I know the judges are human beings like me, like you, like every other person. If you cut their body, you find red blood corpuscles there. And I don't think they will be forgiven, because I would not, if I were a judge, after spewing rubbish, and you come to me, God help you if you have a very good case. If not, that is my own space. And I will give you more than what you give to me. That's my take there.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to Sheikh Gumi, who has been he has surpassed himself in the outlandishness of his pronouncements. Northern Muslims don't perpetrate evil in power like Christians and Southerners. So this is what Sheikh Gumi said in a broadcast released on his Facebook, spoken in Hausa language. You know, and he's also requesting that they should sack Wike as well. So this guy had a field day under the Buhari administration and is testing the waters now under this now new dispensation. So how quickly and through what method should Tinubu handle this guy before he becomes a bone in his throat?
Well, I think like all Muslim fundamentalists, Gumi is not alone in that regard. They are given to incitement all the time. And if my own interpretation of incitement is correct, is to stir up people, to encourage, to urge on group of people, to stimulate them, prompt them into action, whether illegally most of the time, you will say. And he's been really walking that very, very thin line right from the Buhari era. And I don't think the situation we find ourselves in our country right now, it's a very delicate one. It's like we are sitting, it's like a man sitting on a keg of gunpowder and smoking cigarettes. All that thing is for the ash to drop on the suits, on the keg of gunpowder, and it will explode. So I don't, particularly elders in that country, we have to be very watchful and mindful of what we say, because it will only just take one loose lip to mess up that country. And in the era of internet, I mean, an A1, and also where we now have, formerly we have black, white, truth, lies, left, right, back, front. But in the area of journalism right now, we have the truth, we have lie, and we also have alternative truth. That is no more just black and white. We have now gray areas. And if we look at what is happening in the last 12 days, as on October 7th till now, I think it's about 12 days, where a narrative is taking place in the Middle East. And I'm still open-mouthed and watching what is happening. My mouth is agape that what has mankind turned into? Because what we witness, we are having different slants to it. And I saw a lot of people all over the world, on campuses, in the streets, in embassies, on TV, and my mouth is still agape. So we have to be very careful in our country. Nobody's bigger than Nigeria. Nigeria survived our grandparents, survived our fathers. For those who don't have fathers anymore, Nigeria will survive us. That's my take there.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you then to this. You remember we discussed at length this young chap that got the chairmanship of the road maintenance at the federal level. 24-year-old. As much as we want the age bracket of governance to come down, we don't want toddlers in charge of serious matters. So very quickly, Tinubu sees sense and withdraws the nomination of this guy. So what are you then making of yet another faux pas, another disaster, another error in judgment by the Luther from Lagos?
Well, what my own take here is there is courage in a man saying, I'm sorry, in a man owning up his own mistake. There is heavy courage. Not everybody knows how to reverse themselves. Not everyone knows how to say, I'm sorry. It is very difficult for some people. Even though Tinubu is saying, I'm sorry, I think over and over again and adjusting. That is, he has the thermometer out on the pulse of the people and is feeling the pulse of the people. He is our president, no doubt about that. And we know, how do I put it? The presidency of a country is more than a corporation. Even the largest of corporations in the world cannot measure up to the presidency of a country. It's a huge job. That is why he has so many retinue of staff at his beck and call. And I think in his case, he is not being served well. He needs to make adjustments. It's either that or we are too hasty. Because when people are coming on strong on him, I start to ask myself, how many months? I start counting on my fingertips as if I'm a kindergarten. I find it's just less than 6 months. For a country the size of Nigeria, for a man who is trying to redirect and reshape, recarve, and change the trajectory, economic trajectory of our country. I mean, 6 months, please cut him a slack.
Let me ask you this, Baba. How can we have 170 people watching us and only have 40 likes?
Oh, yes, that I've been wondering about that all the time. Does it mean only the panelists and the people in the comment section are the one that click the like.
I think a lot of people are watching us with etano. I think there's a bit of etanos going on here.
Yes, please. It really doesn't matter to keep this the favor of the panelists going and the comment section. I mean, please click on the like button. Or do you want us not to be around tomorrow?
No,
Will you not enjoy yourself? Definitely.
I think it's the obedience putting up a resistance. That's what's
it doesn't matter whether you are obedient, whether you are disobedient, whether you are the red-capped Kwakansu people, Kwakwansia, you're enjoying it. So click so that it will be a form of encouragement so that we can be here again tomorrow to serve you positively or negatively. At least we'll give you food for thought. That's the most important thing. It's for the interest of our country and not anybody else. Your choice may not be my choice, but by all means, I will respect your choice. I will respect your words. You will respect mine. That's what makes a country tick. So please click the like button, okay? And possibly share and subscribe as soon as you can before the program ends. And talking about corruption, one man, well, it's all well and good when we pontificate. You understand? It's like adversity introducing itself to a man. You cannot tell what will happen when corruption introduces itself to you. And like I was on this panel yesterday with Bishop, we talked about there are two sets of corruption. There is corruption of need and there is corruption of greed. What we have in very great number in our country is corruption of greed. But when it comes to corruption of need, I think it's the fault of the system or the entire citizenry. Like I talk to colleagues, not today, since last century. If, for instance, you have a driver, because minimum wage says 30,000 naira, then you can only afford to give your driver 30,000. That's what the minimum, and you praise yourself for it. How will you quarrel with that driver? How do you want to sack him? If you give him 20,000, go and buy petrol full tank, and he buys 15,000 and gives 1,000 to the petrol attendant to issue a 20,000 receipt for him. How do you want to blame him? It was like an incident that happened. This must be like mid-90s. A stingy friend. The driver told him, "Oh, Oga, the 4 tires of their car is not nice." He said, "Okay, they are going to work." He said, "Drive me to Ikeja." He described so and so tire shop. Let's go and buy tire. I think it was a Pirelli shop or something like that in Ikeja. And they bought 4 new tires, brand new tires, and they fixed it. Then you know what happened the next day? The driver took the car when he was sent on an errand and sold the 4 brand new tires and bought 4 Tokumbo tires. And lo and behold, you know, devil has its own sense of sense of humor. A couple of days later, one of the tires on their way got punctured. And they went to the vulcanizer's shop. When they brought out the tires, it was like, what's this? This is Dunlop. Was it not Pirelli? Check the other 3 tires. They are different made brands. The friend was so angry, and he couldn't resist himself. He took something from the organizer shop and started beating up his driver, and called me later to narrate his story. I said, "Well, what do you think? What do you expect when you don't pay well? What do you expect this young man to do?" That is the greed of need, as far as I'm concerned. And that is pervasive in our society. You work in a hotel, you clean the toilets. Every Saturday when they supply new boxes of toilet roll, you take about 20 pieces, you take home. You are not supposed to do that. Is that not a form of corruption? It is. So know how we look at it. Nobody can exonerate himself. You can whitewash yourself anyhow you want to, but pray that corruption doesn't introduce itself to you. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. Excellently put by Baba. So Baba, let's go on from you and let's go to let's go. I thought we had Prince, but Prince dropped.
No, Prince Daddy, is he on?
He was on, but I think he dropped.
I want to tease him with Sidney Powell, actually. What he thinks that is he not smelling some fire nearing their Mar-a-Lago?
Somebody sent me something about that. Was it you?
Yeah, I sent it to you. Sidney Powell pleaded guilty for the election corruption in Georgia. She's the second person that pled guilty.
All right. Do you want me to play it just to have an international flavor? Let's play it. This is for the Americans.
Sidney Powell, there were few people who pushed the conspiracy theories and election fraud theories, and some of the most wild of them involving Venezuela, Hugo Chavez. Few people pushed it further than Sidney Powell.
Yeah, that's right, Kate. It's important to remember who Sidney Powell is. She's one of Donald Trump's closest loyalists. She's somebody who Donald Trump has claimed he relied on her advice to proceed in his effort to try to steal this election. This is a major breakthrough for prosecutors, potentially a devastating development for Donald Trump, because what's going to happen now is Sidney Powell is going to testify for prosecutors in Georgia. And presumably, she'll also be prepared to testify for Jack Smith in his federal case in Washington, D.C. She's not indicted in that case, but she's listed as a co-conspirator in that case. She's going to be able to provide insider information that could be really devastating towards Donald Trump.
All right. So Baba, can you give us just a 2-3 minute backdrop to that? To what's going on there?
I sent it rarely because at times I cringe when I hear people criticize our country's electioneering process. This is a country, the bastion of democracy, over 200 years, very steep in it. You would think they've already crossed equator of electioneering, that nothing can shake it anymore. With over 45 presidents already. And lo and behold, this is happening in that space. It's surprising. I'm surprised too. I mean, I would have said that they've crossed that equator. Nothing can happen. But it did happen in that election. Both parties are talking about rigging. I never knew that language could be something used in this climb. I thought that belonged to Africa, the African space and character.
Baba, if you don't mind, can I jump into this?
Yo, Bishop, come in, please.
Yeah, I mean, when I read this earlier, of course, I follow everything about the issues, the cases. But when I saw this earlier, and my mind went back to straight to when we had this conversation. And I remember I said very clearly that many reasonable, in quotes, Americans were not proud of what happened because that election was heavily rigged and manipulated. Oh, some people came on me on that day. They pounced on me live. And because what we were doing was, I was trying to say, look, our election might not have been perfect. But look, we can always get better. Of course, so many people don't like it yet. So many people don't want to hear that. But it's coming out to play now, and this is just only Georgia. The states that election manipulation and malpractices and malfeasance and took place in more than 10 states.
Arizona, Pennsylvania,
and the fact
Michigan.
that that last election was one of the worst elections America has conducted over the time. I was trying to say, look, yeah, we had our election was far above average compared to what happened in America. But oh yeah, of course, some people never wanted to hear of it. Just to buttress your point, sir.
Yes, thank you. I mean, I wonder at times we don't give ourselves credit. We don't give ourselves credit for some things we do fairly well. Not 100%. You can score yourself 100%. And even America, almighty America, don't even use electronic totally or rely on electronic totally or computer devices totally for the elections because they know it is dangerous. It can be manipulated. And here we are trying to bat down INEC for maybe talking about glitch in an election, and we say no, it cannot be. What you said you use is what you will use. I mean, I don't get it. It's like we are being disingenuous because most of us, we know what obtains elsewhere. We know what is amiss. But just because we don't want to face the truth, we become disagreeable.
Hello, Baba.
Yes, sir.
I tend to disagree with you. You know,
yes, sir. By all means.
We always come on this show all the time to make this comparison with the United States.
Say again, please. Say again, please.
I said we always come on this show to make comparison between
we do it
a Nigeria election and the United States election. Please, there is no comparison. I know that the end product of any bad election or badly conducted election is a 12 results. However, how are we being able to reduce it? INEC failed in this election. If your candidate wasn't the one that won in this election, you won't be saying this. If you have an agreement with the people, you stand by it.
Baba.
If INEC did what they ought to do in this last election, if everything was published.
Okay, let him finish. Let Joel finish.
If everything was done as INEC stipulated.
Joel, you are fading. You are fading. Please speak up a little bit.
I am?
Okay, I can hear you clearly now.
Yeah. You understand what I'm saying? You said you were going to do something, and it is not about you say you were going to do or not. As a country, we want to go above this nonsense, above this mediocre. In the US, they do a mailing ballot, but that is about 10%. I know sometimes it has a way of inflating the vote, but at least most people in the election.
Well, Joel, we can barely hear you.
Yes.
I don't know. I don't know what is going on.
Yeah, I think it gets.
Put your mouth to the speaker, the microphone. Maybe it will help.
All right. Yeah, I think you get the general thrust of where he is. So respond to it briefly so that we can move.
Yeah, I think Bishop says he wants to, so he can go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Let me start by saying number one.
No, I think they get the gist of where you are. Yeah.
Let me start by saying to Joel, number one, you have completely, how do I put it now without standing? You have judged yourself already that it is because, obviously from what you just said, it is because your candidate lost that you believe that the election was not fair and they are so bitter. That's exactly what you have done. Because you said to others that it's not their candidate won.
No. You're getting it wrong.
No.
In every election, hold on, don't misquote me. I'm not dead yet. I'm not dead, or I'm not Tinubu that is hiding.
I'm not saying you are dead. Listen.
Hold on. No. You can't. Hold on, brother. You cannot.
You can always come back to counter whatever I say.
You cannot allocate what I did not say on one man show to me. I am not dead. Don't you understand? I said that for the sake of this country, that
everything that's happening right now clearly shows you are not the only right person. You are not more wiser or more intelligent than most people out there talking about it. All I'm saying is this: remove the fact that your candidate won, and let's look at this guy. Let's look at INEC guys dispassionately. Is it the right? Is it the best that we can offer? The answer is no. It has nothing to do with who won the election.
The answer is no to you. To you. The answer is no to you. You cannot answer for everybody.
You cannot say, no. Look, I know you're an Abadorian, right? And I get it. Right? You know where I'm coming from.
Oh, God.
But the thing is, you can be reasonable too, right?
Well, that's objective.
And if we know where we're headed, we have seen where, hold on, my brother. We have seen what is going on in Nigeria. As a result, hold on, my brother. You can see what's going on in Tinubu's government. You can see the disorganization in Tinubu's government. You can see the policy somersault in Tinubu's government. Today, the deal is at 1,100. Stop it.
Don't bring two things that are not related. We are talking about the conduct of an election. We are talking about politics of ourselves. Are you saying
just telling you that the process that
hold on. Are you saying would have translated Eldorado? Hold on now.
Let me just let's have a conversation. Let's have a conversation. We have seen that what is going on clearly today is as a result that many people came into this government through the back door. The process was compromised.
Listen, we are not having a conversation. You are having a monologue now.
I am just talking. So when I finish that you will now talk your own. It doesn't matter if you agree with what I said or not. I'm just saying that if I talk, we talk, so that other people will understand where we are coming from. So the issue now is this: the government of Tinubu, we are in Buhari's government 2.0. That's what is going on. One month we started seeing what we saw in Buhari's government. They start picking out.
No, Joel. Well, we are talking about election. We are talking about governance. They are two different things.
Can I say something?
What are you going?
It's election we are talking about. That's where governance, when it comes to your own space, maybe you talk about governance. But it's election I'm addressing. I'm making comparison or talking about exactly what happened in what we call the bastion of democracy, the greatest country of all, from which me, most people, all the world over is enjoying their largesse. That's where we are talking about.
I get where you're coming from. And Baba, what I'm just saying is just this. I have gone past that level. I have told you what I feel about the comparison. It is not what we see here. Yes, they might have their own thing, but it is not as loud as it is in Nigeria. That's my point. And I'm saying that the comparison is baseless. And I am telling you that
why is it baseless, please? Why is it baseless?
Joel, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Do you think it's possible that people don't see the Nigerian situation through your prism? They don't have the same views that you have, that is a state of alarm, state of emergency thing that you're always talking about?
No, one man. Unless you're living in La La Land. The emergency is there. It is not EJ saying it. It is not me saying it, one man. It is there. Go to the news. Did you listen to this Mr. Booker today? Some of you said the Northerners are not speaking. They are speaking out. They are looking at the nepotism going on in Tinubu's government. They are looking at the like, what is going on, one man?
Wait.
So this is the issue.
Joel, if you calm down, maybe you'll be able to marshal your points. You are being discoherent.
No, Baba. I am rushing to somewhere. That's the reason why I'm modeling.
Okay, maybe because you don't sound calm.
No vex. So what I'm just saying is this: I have gone past the comparison between the American system and Nigerian system. There is no comparison. Now, to the next level, right? Whatever we do within the process determines the kind of leaders we get. Now we have gotten the leaders.
right? Now, what is going on within the leadership headquarters? It's a disgrace. You cannot tell
Wait,
that.
Joel. Okay, let me put it this way. Maybe you catch my drift better. I'm talking about a country where the world is learning from. I think Trump was number 46. Just calm down. Listen to me, please. Number 46. That means provisional. They've done election over over 100 election. You understand? The democracy we are practicing right now is in the 24-year cycle, about 6 cycle already compared to 100 cycle. What I'm trying to say here is, look, you walk, you stumble, you get up, you walk, you stumble until you learn to walk properly. Because I'm saying those adults, those grown up who are in front are still walking and stumbling. Do you catch my drift if I put it this way?
I feel what you're saying. I mean, but you see some effort at making it better. In our own situation, we do not see the effort from the politicians to make it better.
In 20 years.
No, but it's early.
Democracy of 20 years. It's a democracy of 246 years. And you tell yourself that
Joel, wait. Let me say another thing. You see, wait, Joel. Let's wait until this cycle goes by. All electioneering petitions settled, because we need to make that is when adjustments start from the House of Assembly. We have to change the process how we elect the INEC chairman. I'm of the opinion that it should be taken out of the presidency. But if you ask me, how do we do it? I've not fathomed that out yet from where our chairman of INEC can come from. But we have to make it so independent. Do we vote for an INEC chairman or so? But we have to wait for this election to peter out. Once it peter out, then we have to make adjustment for the next election. And you can see from every cycle of the six elections we've always improved with one legislation or the other by learning from the mistake we experienced from the last one. So the 2027 election must be an improvement on this one, and that is how we will get there eventually. Because we should not invest our emotion too much on what is past. We have to be forward-looking, because the INEC thing is an issue, and there are several others in the electioneering space we have to take care of and do it well, so that by the next election, we can all still grumble, but also look forward to tweak it and adjust it on and on and on like that. That's how we can perfect our democracy. What do you think?
All right.
One man. Let me just say something to what you said, just real quick. I'm going to make it short. Baba, I totally agree with your last statement. But the issue there is this. With the way Nigeria is, the political class does not listen to the weak or to the idle. So you must speak out. You must act. So whatever you see that is going on today, whether positively or negatively, has a way of molding whatever we're going to do in future. But what we are saying is that we cannot look forward without addressing where we are or addressing how we got here. So the issue, the thing about INEC, we know that INEC has to, we've talked about it on this show before. INEC needs to be dismantled. There's no question about it. But we cannot call for INEC's dismantling if we have not quite enough about the things that they did wrongly. That is the issue. We cannot sweep everything under the carpet. And my other point was that there is a correlation between how you got into government and how organized your government will be.
The Tinubu government is becoming an embarrassment.
All right. Yeah. All right. You know. All right. You know the thing is, so Baba, I'm going to go on to Janle Koko now. But you see, the thing is, Joel. Everybody acknowledges that the country is going through difficult times. We all know that because we all get the same messages from home and we all get the same requests from home and all of that. Everybody also knows that the country is the difficulty that the country is going through is as a result of decades of cumulative mismanagement that has landed on this point. Everybody knows that as well. Everybody knows that Tinubu is making an attempt. Everybody knows that he's getting some things wrong and he's not getting some things wrong. But nobody, nobody is charged up in that alarmist manner. I think that is a peculiarly obedient space.
No, one man.
Yeah.
If I can respond to this particular matter, we have to be truthful, one man. We are all abroad. I am more on the street than you. People are talking. Do not be deceived. Look at the ministers. People are talking about the ministers. They're talking about Tinubu not having a control over his government.
Who's talking about that?
I mean, okay, there is a
what are people saying about the ministers? This Bumi Ojo, he is an excellent minister. David Umahi is doing an excellent job. Wike is doing fantastic.
Wike is not doing fantastic. One man.
What's it called? Tijani Bosun. He's doing fantastic. I mean, what are you talking about?
One man. Okay, one man. Off your back. If I say you should, now you mention 3. Go ahead.
What do you mean? Go ahead. The rest of them are doing reasonably okay. What you want headlines every single day?
Okay. One man. Say, let me just let me tell you this. In fact, Buhari's cabinet,
yes,
seems to be even more better than what we have today.
Come on.
Now, okay, one man. Listen to me.
Pound for pound.
Can I say something? I know. Every one of you.
Let Joel say what he wants to say, and then we move on.
I wasn't expecting you guys to agree with me. If you guys are going to agree with me, then I have no value here. Right? So, but the issue
comedian, Jewel. The real comedian.
Give me the crown. Let me wait for him. Give me the crown. Let me wait on his head.
Baba, it's not like that.
All right. Just so we can regain the structure, 3 minutes, Joel, and then we go on to Ajanle Koko.
Good. Okay, one man. The issue there is this. Wike that you're talking about. Governance has passed that Taoism way of doing things. Wike you're talking about is not doing good. The critical areas where Wike ought to be attacking, the biggest problem of Abuja as it stands today is not demolition. They have transport issues, they have health issues, they have road issues, they have many things that could affect the people. Wike is more important in how to destroy. I listened to him the other day. He was talking about security. That the uncompleted building is where people go to hide. Can you imagine? That's the reason why you have taken priority of demolition of houses. Oh no. See, one man, look, that way of governance is far gone. Wike has no business being in governance. He has no business being a minister. Like I told you, one man, the president, the meaning president that I'm still looking up to see what he can do is Cardoso. Look at the lady that said she was going to sue UNN. I say UNN. UN. Look, one man. The embarrassment.
Is she not your sister? Is she not your sister?
God forbid. That's what I was telling one man. I don't know what they discussed with Tinubu that will make Tinubu out of everybody in a state that produced Zeke. I don't want to even go Soludo. That produced Chino Achebe. And Tinubu looked around, and that's the only woman. Oh my God. It's an embarrassment.
So one man,
Is it not the same thing that
No.
put you down?
Oh, hold on. I said that Joel should just have 3
But
minutes.
you did not
No, hold
respond to
on.
everything he said now.
Because if you respond to it, he will come back and then they will loop round and will be half an hour into it. Plenty people waiting. I just want him to have a 3 minute
go ahead.
and then I'll move
One man,
on.
it's not, I don't want the people waiting.
Yeah,
I don't want the people waiting.
Yeah, on to you, Ajanle Koko.
Hold on, one man. Give me 1 minute first. Just hold on. I just want to say something. I just want to make a statement for you. Right. Number one, Baba was supposed to respond to him. And Baba yielded to me to respond. I have not started responding. He jumped in. You asked me to hold on for him to give you 2 minutes so that I can respond. And this is unfair.
All right, respond. Okay, respond. Just respond and let's move on. Yeah.
Sorry, I don't want to put it down there stage.
Look, so sometimes we just
okay. You two calm down and respond. Calm down. Calm down.
No. I mean, it's not beyond responding. I just wanted to put it.
All right, if it's not beyond responding,
so it's okay.
Can we go on to Ajanle Koko? All right, thank you. Ajanle Koko, over to you. Wow.
Ajanle
Koko.
Maybe he's gone to the washroom.
Hello, one man.
One man too is not around.
It's
one
not
man.
around.
Sorry. I was actually calling Ajanle Koko, but I was saying, Ajanle Koko, you're up next, and I wasn't saying anything, and I said Fatai, and he's not saying, but I muted myself. So Ajanle Koko, you're up next.
One man, please. I am going to go and come back.
Come to me later.
Okay. All right.
Fatai, then.
Yeah, let's hear from Fatai. Fatai.
One man, please. Can I go out? Then how long are you guys going to be?
We are here for the night.
Okay. Let me just go out. I'll come back.
All right, cheers. Go to you. All right, Fatai, are you ready for us? All right, I don't think Fatai is ready. Patrick, are you ready?
What's going on?
I don't know.
Patrick, Aja.
All right. What about
that? Let me complete. Let me complete my monologue then. I'm not responding to Joel. You know, I had to drop because there was something I needed to attend to.
All right, carry on.
I needed to make decide the document there, so that was why I opted out. So, as you were saying then, I think we were talking on the justices, selection of the justices, right?
Right, carry on.
Which I think that's actually helped me. And I kind of aligned with what Baba said. I don't think we should box the judiciary to that cocoon of primordial sentiment about ethnic, religion, tribe, and the rest. I think we should be able to shield the judiciary away from that state. It's practically stayed every facet of our life as Nigerians. People first look at where you are from. But as a judge, I mean, immediately we take the judiciary, then we're really done for. And because every judgment will now be viewed from the prism of, they did not like my faith, the judge don't like me, blah, 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 blah. And that will not take us anywhere good. On the issue of Gumi, I think I said something about him also. Yeah, I think I said the issue of okay, on the issue of the young man, I was against that selection. But there's something I'm getting a little bit confused for. And I would like somebody to help me. I thought the president appoints his ministers as head of ministries and some agencies. The parastatals and agencies are the responsibility of ministers. Board chairmen here and there. They are the ones that ministers appoint. So I don't think it is the responsibility of the president to appoint the chairman of FEMA. FEMA being a department or an agency under the Ministry of Works. So if there's anybody that is saddled with the responsibility of appointing that young man, I think it should be Dave Umahi'S. I don't know why it's now the issue of the president that is appointing chairman of NEMA or FEMA, sorry. Because there are several agencies, but all those agencies are under certain ministries. like the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education. We have agencies under Ministry of Education. I don't know why it's that it's the president that is not appointing head of those agencies. I'm a little bit confused there. If anybody can help me. But whatever it is, whether it is the president that is appointing or not, the choice of that young man, I don't think it was well thought out. And like I've always said, I don't want you to sound as if I have personal things against Bajadi Amila. It's just the time he has represented.
You are correct, because I learned that it was Umahi who appointed that young man.
That's supposed to be it, because he's not supposed to be president. There are agencies under ministry, so I'm really surprised that, and there are several other agencies under the Ministry of Works, you know. So for me, like I said,
the appointment was announced by the presidency, and it's a federal agency. I'm not sure that is. I'm not sure that is the minister.
No, it's a federal agency, right? But it is a federal agency under a ministry. If we are saying that it's a federal agency, there are more than 5,000 agencies apart from ministries. If the president has to be putting eye on all of them, then something is wrong. They are distorting the organogram. The organogram. If you go and look at the organogram, you know, all those one fall under the purview of the. It's just like the president saying now he will be appointing the NFA chairman or the chairman National Sports Commission or Athletics Federation of Nigeria. This is the work of the minister. These are the jobs of the minister. But my thinking, I stand to be corrected. But let's assume, without proceeding, that it is the job of the president. I think Bajadi Amila is really messing up. You remember when they were able to actually leave as a possible chief of staff? I on this platform, I spoke severally against it. That he has not impressed me in the view of his outing. One of the reasons why we were not able to do away with fuel subsidy till now was his intervention. Himself and Ahmed Lawan, that went to Buhari, they should not stop the something, that they made them to extend the subsidy. And secondly, when there was a strike, I mean, the government actually refused to listen. The government decided to go to court. It was not until when they saw that the case was not going against them, they now went and recruit you, and you are not talking from both sides of the mouth. You are not looking for a solution. You just want to be popular. And for somebody like that, I don't see him as a fit person for the office of the chief of staff. If the woman, if you remember very well, we discussed that extensively on this place. What are the qualities? What do you expect from the chief of staff? Some people say it's the gatekeeper, it's blah, you know. Everybody is, but one thing is that we're not saying you must be confrontational to your principal, but we're saying you should be able to offer concrete opposing views. Let the principal see it from a different perspective, but not just he just pushes. So if that appointment actually went through him, then I don't know. I really don't know what to say. If that appointment of that young man went through him, I don't know, because it was not a proper appointment in all sense. We still spoke about it a few days ago. So the
irrespective of who he went through, it wasn't a proper appointment. I mean,
that's what I just said. That's what I just said.
Either the minister or and I cannot imagine that it went through the minister. I don't think the minister will be appointing the person in charge of our federal road maintenance.
It is his responsibility, and I mean that's a fact. You go and check the past appointees. It is the responsibility of the minister. I am telling you that on confidently. It is the responsibility of the minister to appoint that. So, but I don't know what model they are applying now. I understand with Baba that it's the hallmark of leadership to be able to admit that I'm wrong. But when Fox Parks are becoming, it's one too many. In how many months? We're having, flip-flop here and there. I don't really like it, it's okay to be able to admit that you are wrong, but let it not be too awful. How many times are we counting now? I mean, look at, Joel was making reference now, even though he made reference to one that is completely big, I mean, that's not related at all, but that's what we will have. So for me, it was a good thing that they reversed it. I hope this will be the last time we'll be having all these kinds of flip-flop here and there, stumbling and wobbling and what have you. So then, what was the other thing you spoke about?
Hold on. Let me check. Who has not spoken that is still there? Yeah, I know you are there. Hold on. Can you hold on, please, Bishop? Who has not spoken that's still there? I just want to see who is actually available. Is Ola there? Is Patrick there? Is Fatai there? Is Hakim there? All right. Carry on, Bishop, and then after Bishop, we're going to
give me the last topic, or just to have two more from there, so I can get out.
Yes, I may.
All right, brilliant. We were talking about Dave Umahi wanting to use concrete technology to build roads, and the House of Reps are showing resistance to it.
Thank you. That's an area I work. I don't support Dave Umahi, and I don't support the House of Reps. And these are my points. Number one, I think Dave Umahi is a little bit too carried away, thinking that we can just translate overnight. Even in the US, they're still using asphalt in the number of their federal roads. They are using concrete too, but they are still using asphalt a lot. It's just like about 80 to 20%. 80% asphalt and 20% concrete. People in the almighty US of America, they are still using. So just come out to announce. I don't think he was able to think through what are the implications. You know, how you can just we know that federal road is little, but the federal government is the biggest something to contract or customers that gives out most jobs. You can't force it, you can only encourage them, but they cannot afford it. So if you want to make it a federal policy, I mean there must be a plan and a transition period to be able to. Then the House of Reps that are coming out, it's not everything that must be confrontational. Probably we have done better to invite the chief from the Ministry of Works come and convince us why you think this is a better option, better alternative, and what are the possibilities. I mean, how possible, how feasible it is to be able to all of a sudden, are people going to be needing to get other equipment? People that are working for federal government before, obviously yes. The highway concrete laying equipment is not a penny. It's not cheap. So what do you want people to do with all their equipment?
Bishop, can I ask you a question other than preparation? So when you look at this proposition, is there anything really wrong with it? And why is it that because it is not happening in the US, so why is it that automatically that it can't happen in Nigeria? And the third question, have you really considered the economic implication apart from the durability of switching from technology? Have you looked at the economic implication apart from the durability of concrete technology? Have you looked at the economic implication?
Yes, the economic implication. Okay, let me try and see if I can remember all your questions. Number one, you said that is it better? Yeah, it's an improved technology. It is. It is more expensive, far more expensive, both in material and in equipment.
No, it's cheaper. It's cheaper. It's cheaper.
It's not cheaper. It is not cheaper.
It's cheaper.
I said it is not cheaper.
It's cheaper. It's cheaper.
Okay.
Confirm. It's cheaper.
It lasts longer. It lasts longer. If you look at the Accra Tema Road, it was built. The Accra Tema Road was built 1965 by Nkrumah, and it is still there till today. About 9 kilometers of road.
Okay.
That's why I arrived at that conclusion that nothing like cement for road.
Okay.
And even Dangote said so when it was redoing the Apapa road that goes into the west. He said it's ultimately cheaper because it has
the Apapa Oshodi.
It has a lifespan of 50 years, which makes it cheaper.
Mm-hmm. The long term. In the long term, it's cheaper, but in the medium term,
we are talking about the cost of construction. The cost of construction is far more expensive than using
it's more expensive to start, but it lasts longer. So
and the person that interjected me, what source are you putting? that is more cheaper? I want to know that source. Because if it's going to be a heavy duty, a highway, trunk A-way, it cannot be less than 10 inches of reinforced concrete. Not just reinforced of 12 mm or 14 mm. Minimum of 16 or 20 mm. That is laid at nothing more than maybe they can use between 9 and 12 inches spacing. And the machine, it's not that they will just mix concrete before it, they will lay it. That's not how they do it. There is a specialized machine that compress and allow it. And where it is better done, it is not just done straight away. It is triple. That is, it has what do they call this jointed position, so that in case there is a shift, it will not crack. And when they want to repair, they can remove the section. It's sectionalized. So the argument that it's cheaper is not true. Go and do your research. Now, I am not against it. I am saying in every technology there should be a transition period that should be allowed for so many reasons. The people that will do it, because if you say you want to start implementing it today, you are going to send out away more than 70% of our contractors. You are going to send them out of business for now. So why don't we allow the both of them choose the roads that you want to? When you are saying, okay, we are converting this road, let the road. Do we have roads in Nigeria? I know I traveled on a road. This road that goes from the back of Ogun State to Iguala, that was supposed to go to the north. That road was built how many years ago? If you walk past on the road today, they can catch how many places they've done repairs for you. In Ibadan, the first dual carriageway that goes from Mokola roundabout to UCH. I don't know if anybody knows that road. What do they call that place? Queen Elizabeth Road. That road was constructed in 1956. There has not been no major repair before the Queen's visit. There has been no major repair on that road until maybe a couple of years ago when they wanted to expand it. So, and it is an asphalt road, paved road. So to say that all of a sudden, there's still several, I will check, I will do a research and look at how much of US paved road is actually asphalt and concrete. And I will give that back. So I'm not saying I'm against it. I'm saying Umahi'S should have allowed a transition period, present both of them, that we are going to embrace concrete road more for some selected federal government road. And it's going to be a transition that will continue, gradually.
But why would it be a transition when he explained that the asphalt roads have a lifespan of about 5 years, and the concrete road, the cement roads, they have
Sorry, I want to ask you a question. You said asphalt road has a lifespan of 5 years?
Yes, before they start to severely deteriorate, yeah.
Maybe that's the quality of road you gave them in Ebonyi. If an engineer is saying the asphalt road, that means he's done a short job. How can you say asphalt road has a lifespan of 5 years? We know how Lagos Ibadan began to deteriorate. It was built in 1978-79. It was not until they destroyed way bridges and all manner of loads. People were carrying 60, 70 tons on single, what do you call it, that the road began to give way. How can you say asphalt road on the trunk A road will last 5 years? That's a complete exaggeration that is unfair from an engineer. He is an engineer, I believe a civil engineer. If he says asphalt road lasts 5 years, that means he's telling us that all the roads he constructed in Ebonyi that is being paid for, we should expect them to start deteriorating in another 4 years. I don't think that's fair. Asphalt road is well done.
Bishop, it may not necessarily it may not necessarily be wrong, because it depends. There are some road construction that is a mixture of some kind of concrete materials, but not direct concrete. Maybe they call it base course. Material. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. What they used to underlay it instead of. Yes, that's what I'm saying. We call it base course. Exactly, base. So what they use for the base, some of those base things can be the composition of cement materials, and before they put. That's always the standard. Yes, that's the standard. Yes. So no, it's not when you look at Nigeria, it's not always the standard though. But you know, the advantage of a concrete road is you just don't lay concrete without using rebar. You have to use rebar. Otherwise, if it's just ordinary concrete without rebar, maybe the address without rebar, then iron, those iron you are going to put inside. So,
okay, we call them
so if you do not reinforce, then it's not going to last. But if you actually reinforce, there's no way under the heaven and earth, even a poorly done one will still last longer than asphalt. Then the other thing, when I asked about the economic implication too, do you realize that Nigeria really import asphalt and bitumen to work, even despite having a deposit in Nigeria? We import all those materials. So it simply means that if we are switching to all those cements, so it's going to increase our local content, because already we have enough capacity to carry out that job. And I think we have places where those things where we are using concrete already. So to me, I think we should listen to the man. I don't think transition is that difficult, in all honesty. It's not that difficult. But
have you also considered the fact that it's going to drive up the price of cement for the ordinary man?
Well, that's a good point, though. That's a good point. If we are talking from that, but look at something.
But they've discussed with the cement manufacturers now. BUA has reduced this cost. Dangote is going to follow suit. You understand? Now, it's
I think Bishop has a valid point, because
no, I'm not saying
when
they
they
don't
reduce
have a
now,
valid
because
point. They can tell them we have two big manufacturers, right? Except those who are importing. Those ones will keep their price. If the government is buying from them, they can allocate volumes to the government, and as well increase production. It's good for both companies, BUA and Dangote. It's good for them. Then just allocate, okay, this is for government, then any other person coming again, this is what we say, but we are not going to increase price because we are
Don't forget they have left cement open for importation, anybody.
Yeah, they've have, so those who want to now go and buy, they can go and buy from the cement manufacturers. I mean, imported cement coming in. Guys, I think it's good overall for the country. When I say it's cheaper, I was talking about the long span. It's not every time you do the road, then next time you are going to be maintaining that road all over again. You know, let them transit to it.
So
let's help this country. Let's progress.
We have to do a lot of, before you can use, when you look at our maintenance culture around the construction. So cement road will need a lot of better engineering work, because you see something in Nigeria, we construct road. The next thing, after a few months, you see some people now start digging through the road.
Exactly, breaking the road itself.
But let me start this campaign also. You see, road work is what you see on the surface, the finishing. It's just about 30% or 20% of the real work. If your artwork,
you are correct.
If your artwork is not complete, if your first course after the artwork well compressed, when you see same section, maybe some people are constructing road and they did not dig. There's a minimum you need to dig to be able to excavate dead materials, topsoil, and you refill them back with red soil that is easily compactable, and you compact to a certain degree before you now lay your base course. When you lay your base course, it comes with what's the general name they used to call it? That mixed rough stone with dust, and that looks like cement is in it. Then you compress again. After you compress, which must have a minimum of a width, depending on the kind of road you are constructing. For a trunk A road that belongs to federal government, it should not be less than between 4 and 6 inches, the base cost. Then the asphalting itself should not be less than 4 inches. How many people construct 4 inches road now? Go and check. Very few times, and the contractor know how to do it, because when they are doing the artwork and the base cost, they let you to form a ridge, so that you think you see the edge. The edge is about 5 inches or thereabout, but they have given the inspector and they have greased their arm, their path. That by the time it goes to the middle and to the stop to the other edge, they have reduced the asphalt material. So, but if it is well done, that it is 6 inches across, and the asphalt is well done. I mean, well done, and it is not a road that is inside water or something. Asphalt road have lasted more than 50 years in some places. Thank you, woman. You can move to the next person.
All right, brilliant. Excellent delivery by the majestic Bishop. So thank you, Bishop. Stay with us, Bishop.
He is now Engineer Bishop.
I said the majestic Bishop.
Engineer Bishop. Look at the way he break down. He did the breakdown.
I don't know where Bishop used to have his information. He is just fast. I'm scared, though. Yeah.
No, the thing is, Bishop he reads a lot. Is what I have concluded about Bishop. I think he reads a lot.
Bishop should go and work with Umahi as a field. He should be appointed to for that position of that boy that you said is wearing diaper. That 24 years old boy.
Yes.
Yeah.
That Bishop, appointment of 24-year-old guys is embarrassing.
Bishop should be considered for that position. He will do a good job there.
I leave one man. We are preparing the lawsuit for him. He will show us when that boy dumped the diapers.
And look at that. Are all 24-year-olds not still in diapers? It's not even been through one cycle of life.
Don't worry.
One cycle of life.
No job experience. No job experience whatsoever.
He probably doesn't even have a girlfriend. Look at that. He probably doesn't even have a girlfriend.
Oh yeah.
No, that appointment is actually embarrassing. It simply means that the way the politicians look at the governance in Nigeria is very embarrassing, because see, someone that will lead us in the country, we need someone that should be at the worst scenario, average experience. Because normally it should be above the average, because you don't just go and pick it. So even when you look at this country, that those people that led us, that led us to this situation we are today, were those kids. We're kids, even still better experience than this type of guys. Because when I say kids, I mean the likes of Kaduna Zogu that carry out the first blunder. Don't let me use the word coup this time around. That country. So when you put someone like that, a fresh graduate, you put it, what exactly is that supposed to be the guy's experience to manage such complex government agency? So very embarrassing. And those people that suggested that the name of that guy, in fact, they should bury their hand with their palm. So to me, it's nonsense. But on this Umahi, honestly, I think I want to support Umahi 100%, because we can't be doing road construction that every 5 years we'll be doing all those. Even where I live, even some roads is a combination of concrete and asphalt. So I think using concrete is going to be better than using laterite, because laterites, before we lay asphalt in Nigeria, I think it hasn't been a good thing for that country. So that concrete will be okay. But my recommendation, my own concern, is that they should use a combination of concrete and asphalt, because if you use concrete alone with the type of tires that we use in Nigeria, they're going to be hydroplaning issue that maybe little rain like this, the road will become so slippery. If you don't do that,
now it has grit. Now, what do you mean? It's not a smooth surface. It's a gritty surface.
Yeah, they can make the surface.
It can be gritty surface, but you can't. The traction, the type of traction you are going to have on asphalt is definitely different from the one you are going to have on concrete.
No,
so you have to watch
I disagree with that.
Okay, you can disagree. Because I'm not a civil engineer, but I think with the little knowledge I have,
I'm sorry, I don't like interrupting. I disagree with a whole lot of things that Bishop said too. But I will wait for my time. Sorry.
No. Yeah, go on, Ola. But then coming after Ola Okpeton,
I do know that there are
add your voice. Yeah.
some roads
So
in Nigeria that
thing
they
is,
do
the
that
thing is,
you
when you
can.
do that, a lot of things will go with it. The type of tires we are going to be using in that country. Then, like I said the other time, the type of construction, because you don't just want to do a road on the street of Lagos and the next thing, you forget that there was supposed to be drainage system. Because cutting through cement alone to do all those things, to lay cable, to lay pipe, to do a lot of things is far, far, far more tedious than when you are cutting through asphalt. So to me, Umahi might just come as the blessing Nigeria has been waiting for since 1914. So if there's anything at all that I can say about this guy, it's a blessing that we should all fully support. So
the one thing I was also Adola is that asphalt is not suited for Nigerian topography. I think even if we consider that the roads are badly built, especially in the southern part, which is so water dense, it's just not suited, is it? How many heavy rains can it handle? And that's why Umahi is telling us that it doesn't often instances have more than a 5-year lifespan.
I know. I think Umahi is correct, because when you look at the expansivity, thermal expansion, because the thermal expansion, it's not everything you gain again. You regain when you undergo that. Anyway, I don't even know how to explain expansivity to people. So that's why something like asphalt will not last. But concrete, you definitely know that concrete is not concrete as they are saying. It's a reinforced concrete. You understand? Because you can't lay concrete without getting it reinforced. So whether it is a fiber concrete or it is iron reinforced concrete, is always reinforced, which is going to, anyhow you see it, you understand, the lifespan will be almost as the steel that you use to reinforce it. Now, saying 50 years doesn't mean saying 40, 50 years. It doesn't mean 40, 50 years like that. That is minimal. That is minimal. That's why I'm saying you can even make it stronger.
You know, in places like Italy, they build a lot of their constructions with concrete. I'm not sure that I have to go and double fact check, but I'm not sure that they even use asphalt at all in places like Italy, and a lot of those are Nordic and a lot of those Eastern European coasts as well. A lot of our concrete roads. They call them cobbled roads, yeah.
They do here too in a Calgary too. So hardly will you find a road, including the one on the street, that you will not even see underlay of it that will be concrete. So, concrete is able to withstand the earth movement, the compaction more than when you put when you put something like outside, because the ground itself, the earth itself will be seen asphalt as something like foreign element that you can easily fight against. So he allowed that thing to crack easily. But when it is concrete, a lot of things now will be working against the earth movement. Iron, the concrete itself. So it's a better force of lattice, to withstand those forces. So to me, let's put partisan or joke aside. I think that guy knows exactly. He knows exactly what he's doing. That's what we call the square hole with square peg. That is
that's why I just smiled at myself when Joel was trying to rubbish the team Tinubu put together. I'm not sure how many questionable appointments there are. Maybe Matawali and all of those sort of people. But there are some golden gems in that administration, and we're already seeing them come into fruition. People like Gumi Ojo, somebody that's cleared the backlog, nearly 500,000 passports, and you're telling me it's not working. Umahi that is battling at the establishment for a better form of road construction in Nigeria, and you're telling me it's not working. Tijani Bosun that is already created the portal, and people are signing up for actual employable IT skills, and you're telling me he's not working. You know, so you can't labor against facts, and which is what I think the
You
obedience
see,
they are in for a
Jo-
long and tortuous ride if they want to rubbish what this guy is
Joel,
doing.
is a fantastic politician, you know. He's a fantastic politician that you still find a way to discredit the person you
But
never
that's
loved.
that's the job of the opposition, though. So he's doing exactly what he should be doing, you know.
Exactly. No, that's what I'm saying. He's a fantastic politician. You see, you see is that even if you are going to criticize this current government, you have to look at those two sides want to criticize. Definitely, you are not going to criticize Wike. You are not going to criticize. What's the name of this? Is it Bumi Ojo, or what's the name of this guy that want to decongest the prison? The one that has cleared the backlog of passports already. So
Yes.
there's no way you are going to discredit that. Then this new FCC, if you see, if you listen to the way he addressed the Senate, you will know that these guys are there just really mean business. You know, he was addressing the Senate, telling them that look, everybody is expecting him to be running around and be pursuing all those. So no, say it's not going to be my job. You understand? He even let us understand that now politicians can make use of the law enforcement agency to do their bidding. So he narrated the cost of prosecuting the money already stolen from the treasury and the cost of preventing it. So he put the cost of preventing it at a very reasonable thing, that his own duty is just to make sure that they prevent those things. Are we going to talk of this custom, the new custom, Controller General of Custom that I've listened to, that I've already learned what he's doing? I've listened to this man speak. So to me, it is very, very difficult to criticize the appointment of this man. So I still don't know. Just I will just challenge you to just give an example of one of those appointments, apart from the kindergarten, you know, the nursery and primary school boy that has to head the particular agency of the government. To me, other than that, I'm still searching. So if anybody has that information, just tell me such appointments that is still not a spot on. To me, I think by the time with this government, this particular government must have clocked a year. I think it's going to be another story entirely. To me, this government might just become the best to have happened to the country since 1999, if not beyond that. So there's something that
I think all the elements are lined that to suggest that it will be a transformational government, and we are already seeing the transformation taking place.
Exactly. But you will know that you know I keep saying something here that people believe that, oh, if you are corrupt, oh, you can't do the things the right way. See, you find out that sometimes there's someone that has that mind of corruption that knows how to.
Are you conceding that Tinubu is corrupt? Because I think this is one of the things that always rankles people at Fatai.
Even I know that one man is corrupt, talk less of Tinubu, one way or the other. Even though your own corruption may not be criminal, I still know that every human being is one way or the other corrupt, whether morally or criminally. So there's nobody that's not corrupt. See, Tinubu is very, very corrupt. There's no way. See, if you can bribe someone to buy vote from people when you are doing an election, that's corruption. So in every clime, every politicians appear to be corrupt. It's only that the approach is different. The corruption for the politicians to buy votes now may be, oh, carbon, we are going to give you some credit for carbon tax. So oh, we are going to write off student loan. You find a way to bribe the voters. So that's corruption, because that's normal thing you will not have done if there's no election before you. What happens after the election? You tighten up everything after the election. The fiscal part, you tighten everything up. It simply means that you are actually bribing towards the election. So Tinubu is corrupt. Funny enough, Tinubu himself is not even telling you that it's not corrupt. He said Obasanjo taught him how to be legally corrupt. So what I'm now saying is, a corrupt person may know the right framework to reduce corruption, because as far as human being exists, corruption is not going to be eliminated. Any day corruption is eliminated, I think this world will cease to exist. The only thing you can do is to reduce the impact, to minimize the impact on the people. So with everything that this government, all the steps they've taken so far, I can see that that's a way of fighting corruption indirectly. How do I mean? Okay, the interior minister said, okay, they will be sending your passport to you directly to your home address or to your office. You know, to me, do you see what I see there? It's a job opportunity for some people too. When this guy is saying he's going to grow the economy, how do you grow the economy more than that? Because we need Korean people to start doing that. Before we know, maybe there may be some agencies that will be even representing the government to capture biometric data for the government. So this is just telling you about the government that is thinking. It's like we so underrate this man called Tinubu just because he's old. Sometimes it's not about your age.
Is he actually old? Is he actually old? Is the thing. Because I don't think 70 is he is old, but not old to the point of senility. It's old to the point of physical, not mental slowdown, isn't it? Really?
Woman, did you see Biden in Tel Aviv 2 days ago?
He was talking gibberish, wasn't he?
I don't know. I don't know.
You don't enter one chance for that United States. One chance.
See, Montos Arani.
You see one man.
You know, my goodness
But Singaka, lo medication medication.
Medication long below every minute.
But he looks too free. He can't even open his eyes.
I mean, is it because of the long traveling? Is tired? Could it be what was responsible for that?
That was the question exactly I asked myself when I saw him in that press conference.
Yeah,
he appears like that often. Yeah.
It's about 8 hours flight from US to Israel, non-stop. Baba could be tired now, and with the pressure all over the world, they'll be calling him on the phone. They'll be talking to leaders.
He could hardly open his mouth.
He was so tired. I guess he was so tired, and he was just trying to say something.
Well, okay, you are talking of Joe Biden, right?
Mm-hmm.
We can't even compare Joe Biden and Tinubu in all honesty. Do you think because when you put the two together, Joe Biden is fortunate to be in an environment whereby, you see, when you want to look at it, Joe Biden should be less busy compared to Tinubu. It should be less busy because you already have a country where we have established institutions so that everything can follow auto cruise. But we have in Nigeria here that you still need to even put the foundation right, to do the right thing and to build for the future. So to me, when people say Tinubu is old, yeah, you can be old, but where we get this idea of old age sometimes that we now forget experience. Take the physical age away from it and look at the experience. Sometimes your experience means that you may not even need to start thinking of how to build things. Sometimes you can do what we call a copycat strategy. You just look at what they are doing somewhere and you copy it immediately, because that's the best. Like one of my MD will say the other time, say the best strategy in life is the one you copy. You see what your opponent, your competitors are doing, you just copy, bam, and you just flow by it. So to me, what I've seen about Tinubu so far is I can see progress through my own lens, the lens I'm using. I'm seeing progress, but for people that are still seeing backwardness, well, I don't know. I hope with time that train of progress we approach their own side, so they will understand. Like I was saying the other time, getting your passport at home and what Wike is doing presently and what Umahi'S is doing, all those things are pointers to, okay, now under Tinubu now, people may not give the credit to Tinubu, I don't care. Under Tinubu now, a court has sentenced a general that the child with embezzlement of embezzlement of a defense budget. So those are the things, you find something silently without knowing. And with time, who knows, the type of e-governance in Lagos may be established again at the federal government. Look at creative way, look at how he handled Wike. Say, okay, I'm pulling you from this from TSA. Is it TFA or the treasury single account? So that go and maintain yours. Gradually, maybe that's how we are going to see this thing gradually, that we now allow the state to take to use their resources, at least to some percentage, to start developing for themselves. Look at what Dele Alake is doing. Dele Alake is already telling you that, okay, you want to add value. Do you know that if you start adding value to our mineral resources, banditry being powered by solid minerals, they just with time disappear, because you that you want to steal the minerals, no, you are no longer. You have to add value. You have to create value before you can even export those things. So those are the things. To me, if you are not seeing progress, then what I can advise is just relax, close your mind, and then reopen your mind again. Try not to be try to be apolitical. Don't be political, and then you will see progress. That's just the way. To me, like I said again before I close, Tinubu might just become the blessing we've been looking for decades in the country. Thank you.
All right, Ola, I'm coming to you next, but let's hear from Okwiton, who wanted to speak to that road construction space. So he wanted to interject at that moment. So Okwiton, let's hear that thought you wanted to share, and then we talk all that through the talking points. Okwiton, good to see you.
Okwiton or Okwiton?
Is it? He can tell us. Is it Okwiton?
Don't mind one man. He's now Igbo man now. Okwiton. Come on, man.
Is it Okwiton? Is it
Okwiton? Storyteller.
Okay. And by the way, Okwiton has his own he has his own platform. If you put it in the private chat, then I'll copy it and put it in the comment section so people can go follow you. But I don't think it will come up in the comment if you put it directly. But put it in the private chat and then I'll put it on there so that people can go see your work. Let's hear from you.
All right, bro. Thank you so much. Moki, oh no, you baba mi ya mi te wa lórí àbí kò sóbìnrin mi báyìí gan pàápàá. How is everybody doing? And I hope things are going well. Actually, woman, do you know how much prayer I feel? When I listen to you guys, and I'll feel like saying something, but I can't just come up because I'm very, very busy. But tonight, the reason why I come up is because I'm invested so much in this concrete versus asphalt thing that is going on in Nigeria. Doing my personal research and actually following Umahi. Now, the first issue that Bishop Ejoe Gbadura fún wa, that Bishop actually mentioned that that made me come up here is comparing United States asphalt road to that of Nigeria. It's not even close. Not close at all. Because when you are comparing United States asphalt road to Nigeria, you are talking about those days Julius Berger's road, which some of us grew up knowing, But those days are gone in Nigeria. Completely gone. They don't even come close to anything like those anymore. But in America, they have codes that they have to meet in importing any of these products to America, that they have to meet those codes. But in Nigeria, we don't. For example, US don't use China steel to build houses or to build any construction here. They don't allow it because China steels don't meet up with those codes. And there are so many other things like that. But then look at Nigeria. It's a free-for-all market. Anything goes. They bring anything to Nigeria. It doesn't matter where it's coming from. And as a matter of fact, some of these contractors travel abroad and renegotiate the deal of this material, and then they start bringing in adulterated. That means far below prescription. And that is exactly what happens with asphalt. Okay, we used to buy most of these things from Italy before. But do you know now that some of the bitumen and asphalt is being imported from Egypt, China, some from Germany, Turkey, and some other places? Why? Because as soon as they discovered that they cannot beat the actual price these greedy contractors need in Italy, guess what? They look elsewhere. And that's why they keep going to places like Egypt, China. As a matter of fact, we are buying more from Egypt and China than we buy it more from Italy. You know why? Because China is ready to bargain. Egypt is willing and ready to bargain with all our politicians and bringing, let me use a basic example. The material cost per unit may be $20, but what we are actually getting is $5 per unit. That means it's completely degraded. But then the contract will come out at full price from Nigeria. So these contractors are eating us up completely. So yes, I agree a little bit with Bishop when he says that asphalt is cheaper. That is if you are using the right cost. But in Nigeria, they are not. They are not. The face value of what they bring into Nigeria, at the end of the day, when you calculate it, it is far, far cheaper to use cement because we have cement. Now, I want us all to try and look up the Ministry of Works website. I think they have something earlier last week that I saw, which is a step-by-step calculation of the cost of asphalt roads and that of concrete road, per mileage. And when you go to those simple analysis, it will show you clearly that we are spending much more on asphalt. As far as the construction price is concerned, I'm not talking about a long-term effect. Now, when you now add a long-term effect to it, that has already killed us. Now, as far as 2020 alone, we spent about $13 million importing from Italy alone. We are not calculating, we are not adding that of China, that of Egypt, and other countries that they are importing this thing from. But it's the same game with our politicians and our contractors. They continue to usurp the advantage of these contracts, get the money awarded, but at the end of the day, they give us a very adulterated product. And that is why at the end of the day, when asphalt is used in America, it lasts long. But when they use it in Nigeria, it only takes like 3 years before you start seeing potholes. But on the contrary, David Umahi is promising that concrete road can last up to 50 years plus. Now, maybe we cannot actually count on the fact that it's 50 years plus because we haven't done any concrete road in Nigeria for that long. But the guy has actually done it when he was a governor. That is one evidence. They say sometimes if you don't believe me, at least look at what I have done. He has done it as a governor. And in Edo State, for example, in Edo State, the man that left, that is a senator now, what's the name of this? Oshomole, did some concrete road in some places that is still very, very effective to today. But the guy that followed him, this current governor, did some asphalt road that right in his presence, before he leaves office, he's still there now. The road is already condemning. So, and the reason why we are coming to this particular situation every time is because we are using all these adulterated products from abroad to construct this road, and they are not reliable at all. Just 1 or 2 rain, you already see potholes. And that is the difference that concrete make. Now, let me remind us that one of the things that is causing a setback in Nigeria is the fact that we refuse to adopt change. Sometimes it scares us to adopt change, and that is why many of these contractors are fighting Umahi with all, because that is their pot of soup, and the guy is about to take it away from them. And as an average Nigerian, I don't mind. I don't think anybody here really mind, because we really need to stop every avenue that people are using to siphon money from Nigeria, because these debts too much. Oh, it's too much. It's like we are spending money through the nose of through the eyes of a drum, but we are actually receiving money through the eyes of a needle, and it doesn't add up at all. And so it is not only fuel subsidy, it is not only electricity subsidy. There are so many other places in which Tinubu has to try to block. Somebody mentioned earlier that Tinubu is corrupt. I do agree with you, because guess what? Corruption has already embedded in our culture from A to Z, and there's nothing we can do about it. Sometimes when I think about it, I say we can't even flush it out of Nigeria anymore, because if you become a minister today, guess how many people will be celebrating in your family? But they're forgetting that ministry that you are going, you are not there to serve any one of those family members, but to serve Nigeria. But they will celebrate, they will throw party, because they know better don't happen for the family. That's corruption for you. So when you get there and start stealing money, don't blame anybody, because your family expects you to go there and steal money anyway. So this corruption thing has eaten us up all. So yes, I agree. But now it takes a man like that to be able to know how to fight people like that. If you are Yoruba says Yoruba that is, it's only a thief that know the footpath of a thief on the rock, because rock don't leave a footpath. So if you are showing the police this is where they live, definitely you are one of them. So that is exactly what I believe about Tinubu, that he knows the game and he can actually use his tactics to fight the corruption that is already existing in Nigeria. That is just one simple fact of it. So I personally have actually gone through those analyses, and I really see that concrete road is far more better, is cheaper now, and is even cheaper in the long run. Now, the only reason why we are insisting to keep the old way of doing things is because people who are stealing from it, they don't want to lose their pot of soup. But me and you, please, let's get ready to take it away from them. So in the week preceding, in the week after the Tinubu certificate saga, I keep putting out message, that I wish we all turn around and talk about things that are viable, because the 2 or 3 weeks that we talked about the Tinubu certificate, guess what? We didn't achieve anything. And I keep telling these guys on the other side, that is the obedient, look, you can cry from here from now till tomorrow. Tinubu will not leave that place, and he will do another 4 years while you are still crying. Rather than you just pause for a moment and use all your energy to do some things that are viable, that can actually register you to be a real voice in the democracy. All these spiteful and unnecessary attack here and there is not helpful. It's not building anybody. What it does at the end of the day is to paint you like somebody who have a hate, for Tinubu, and that's not a good way to start a grassroots democracy, So I keep putting it out there. Look, there are so many things happening in this particular government that we can shine light on. Even as far as Tinubu is concerned, there are so many things we can call him out on, that if the whole social media put that same energy on those issues, on those policy, that would be very, very helpful. I really want us as a society to be policy minded, to attack things from the perspective of policy, and just stop this distraction about Tinubu certificate, OB certificate. We all know this. Politicians will never change. They are all the same. And look, it's very hard to play game of politics in Nigeria. It's very, very hard. As clean as you think you are right now, before you can actually climb up the ladder to the top, you will have to do some dirty deals. You will have to. If you don't, then you are not ready. So by the time you climb up there to that ladder, guess what? Those people you do that dirty deals with, they are the one who will put it out. They will put it out into the open. So Atiku is not going to tell anyone that he's clean. Even Obi is not clean. None of them is, but they keep making up these arguments here and there just to distract us. And what I keep saying is this: if they distract you, it will be easier for them to steal your money through the back door. That's what politicians do. I sell the same thing to these people, the iPod, the people who are crying about Biafra. That the only reason they want you to keep talking about Biafra is because leaders in the East, they are taking your money through the back door. You are not talking about that, but you are talking about something else that doesn't have any fruit, nothing that can come out of it. They want agitations. That's what these politicians want. They want you to get involved in agitations, fight each other, keep spitting in each other's face. Because as long as you keep doing that, guess what? They are stealing your money through the back door. How about we stop? We stop for a second and just focus on policies. People from different localities can focus on their governors, can focus on their councillors, can focus on their chairmen in different local governments, and actually address issues from those areas. Anybody who is actually shamefully stealing your money, who is not doing the right thing, put it on the social media. Let's cry about it. And you will see that from there, our voices can actually make changes. But no, we're not going to do that. We'd rather talk about Tinubu certificate. As soon as the certificate is not holding water, guess what people are talking about now? They are getting ready to talk about the release FBI stuff. But unfortunately, like I called out the Gazette, the People's Gazette, last month, when they said they were going to release the FBI information this month. I called them and I said, this is baloney. Nothing is coming out. This week again, they already start cooking up another story in order to cover that one up because nothing came out of FBI. I'm not saying it because I'm trying to call bluff, but because I have already done the actual research, which is easy. You can get any information from FBI database. You can actually call them and they will tell you if they have any priority of releasing anything. And I did all that. They are not, in fact, it sounds strange to most of them. But People's Gazette is busy telling everybody that FBI report is coming on Tinubu, so that way we can get distracted again. You see, these are all tactics, and some of these guys in the media are also involved in it. They get paid to do these things because the more they do it, the more your politicians is busy doing one thing and one thing only: stealing everything we have. Stealing everything we have. They need those agitations so that we can look away, and that is why I really wish we can actually pause and be policy minded, talk about policy, be progressive, so that we can actually address things that can have effect on real people, on the real ground, So I wish to, continue the controversy about the concrete versus asphalt thing, but as much as I'll be getting more information from it, because I have some civil engineer that are actually doing their personal research for me on it, because I'm getting ready to write a very comprehensive article on it. But until then,
where do you publish
the information I got right now?
Where do you publish these articles that you write?
Oh, we have a website too. That we have different stories, published.
You mean Okwiton, on your Okwiton network?
Yes, it's okwiton.globalmedia.com.
Okay.
So like I'm saying, I have a lot of people out there in Nigeria trying to fish out some of this information just to get it right. But on this particular one of concrete versus asphalt, I'm really vested in it, just to be able to get accurate information on it, because we need a change. We do need a change, especially when it comes to road, because it's the same old story. If we keep importing these asphalts and continue to do a tarred road, we will never change that story. We will never change that story. 3 years, 4 years, that same road is already half bottle. And there's another reason. Another reason why these contractors insist on continuing this is because they are still the one who will get the contract to renew the road. So they rather want to be renewing that every 4 years and be going on the same road and do it all over again. For how long? For how long? This is killing us. as a country.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Stay with us. We'll still come to you for a fuller diet, but let's get back to Ola, who had the floor. So, Ola, do you want to talk us through the talking points, Ola?
Okay, let me see what I can speak to.
So we were talking about Sheikh Gumi and his output as outlandish as it's always been, and then of course a date set that this coming Monday is when decisions will start to be made about how this election will be concluded. So any of those?
Okay, on this election, to be honest, anybody that wants to give himself some kind of emotional pressure should be expecting that things will change from the way it is now. But as for me, go from here to CSU, go to Futajalon, go to everywhere to go and dig into Tinubu past. It's not going to change anything. At least I will base that on what I've heard from the legal experts. So I don't expect anything to change. But the likes of Gumi is unfortunate, although it's a situation, it's a very dicey situation. So now if you say pick Gumi up, you are giving the guy some kind of relevance. You are giving those people that want to cause distraction, but giving them enough energy to be able to distract the government. But at the same time, how do we make sure that we retire the like of Gumi? The best way to retire the likes of Gumi is it may not be like immediate project. It can be something like a 2 to 3 decades project. Make sure, number one, get the economy running and make sure that you do something for the poor, and at least for them to I don't know how they are going to do it, at least to alleviate the poverty in the land. And at the same time, start aggressive education and make sure that people are educated and people are skilled enough to be able to convert their energy from a negative religious activities to something that is going to be of a positive economic value. That's what I would suggest, because as long as you can do all this, you take some follower away from Gumi and you reduce the power. I realized the other time that someone is saying, oh, they are powerful. To be honest, I agree with, I don't know if it was Bishop that was saying these people, they are only as powerful as you want to make them, or maybe it's Baba, I don't know who was saying that. There's nothing powerful about Gumi. It's just a noise, it's just a distraction, nothing more. Because if you really want to, you see, the like of Abacha already demystify a lot of things in that country, because those people that will normally say, oh, these guys are powerful, the like of Abacha, they make sure that they demystify them to the point that, okay, they are not powerful. So Gumi is not powerful. He's just making noise, seeking relevance. And I think it may be because for those people that have been in their political leadership, they understand it might just be that the right thing to do, to just ignore this guy to be making noise. Don't give him attention to distract you. So I don't see anything powerful about him, because even Ayo was even making reference to this guy of I mean, this is it Ezaki or what's the name? You understand? When Buhari picked him up, what happened? Nothing. So if they pick Gumi up, nothing will happen other more than distraction. So Tinubu should concentrate and focus on governance, but make sure that while doing that, in the long term, you want to render the like of Gumi useless, because we are talking of the same guys that was the mouthpiece for bandits, So is it not the shame of the society for a society when the like of Gumi is the type of person that would now know what is moral? Someone is trying to do cleanup, is trying to prevent future disaster, because when you have a plan to build a city, and some people are building anyhow. By building anyhow, maybe you are blocking the drainage. Now look at what is happening when is it from this country, is it Cameroon or wherever they release the dam and the water is coming to is coming to Nigeria. So now, let's assume we have that situation in the future. Now you are blocking, you are building where drainage is supposed to be, and someone is trying to clean that place up. Now, the first thing you are introducing religion fanaticism to use religion now to manipulate people. But you are not telling those people that, oh, that's what they call natural disaster, that it may not happen now, but if you don't do the right thing, by the time that natural disaster will eat you, it may be worse than even the economic loss that those people that did the wrong thing suffer for now. So to me, a person like Gumi, it should be totally ignored. Don't pick him up. Just don't do like Buhari, that we pick everybody up. Just let him be ranting as long as he doesn't overstep beyond that. So that's what I can say about the Supreme Court and that our Supreme Court. I'm not expecting anything different from what the tribunal did. So if anybody expecting that Tinubu will become the president, comes by is it November the judgment will come out, or December? Well, good luck to that person, and good luck to the person, because it's not going to happen. And Article 2, becoming the president of that country, well, I like the constitution of that Supreme Court. So by the time the judgment comes out, so let's see how someone will say, okay, Yoruba is the one making judgment for Tinubu, because Supreme Court is supposed to look at how the tribunal went through all those processes, whether they follow the law. So I think that what Supreme Court we do. They may just uphold the decision of the lower court. So that's my point on that.
All right. And have you spoken on the young man that got the job and then was sacked?
Yeah, like I said the other time, that it was just a serious embarrassment, to be honest. It was because what was Tinubu even looking at, and those people that even allowed that thing to be announced. This is not a case of one day governor in Lagos that they just put someone, okay, day governor. So I don't know. I don't know. Because look, you can't edge in a serious environment. You can't edge such organization without having appropriate qualification. When I say appropriate qualification, is that we are not even talking of your bachelor degree. Even if you have PhD, still not qualify.
Even cognate experience is needed.
Exactly. So you call yourself an engineer. You've not even worked in the environment, or whatever you have in theory. You've not even tried it to see the code, to see how it works, to see how whatever you've learned can apply to your environment without creating some kind of negative environmental impact. So you don't have that experience. Even management experience, this guy has never acquired, and bam, suddenly you put him there. Because sometimes when we say youth in that country, what type of youth? Are we talking of youth that are not mentored? Like I said the other time, the youth that were not properly mentored, they are the reason for the backwardness of Nigeria today. Imagine without 1960s coup, politicians will still fight themselves, but probably we will have got the like of University of Usuka, University of Ibadan, and Ahmadu Bello University. Maybe we'll have got like 100 of that. Maybe the Europeans now will be coming to Nigeria too for education tourism. Maybe King of Saudi will still be coming to UCH for medical checkup. Even they were fighting, they were doing whatever they were doing, but they were developing. Like people are talking of Buhari did infrastructure. Honestly, as corrupt as Shagari was, the infrastructure recorded under Shagari. Even if you still like, allow Buhari to still stay there for the next 20 years, that guy is not going to achieve it. So what are you talking about? You understand? So to me, experience matters. Experience matters. So that's a joke. I think those people, they just try to play it upon Nigerian emotion and intelligence. So very, very embarrassing, to be honest. If I see the worst the words to use more than the word embarrassing, I think it was actually a shame. It was actually a shame for them to even try. Even thinking of it alone should even be something that should never have happened. So nothing to talk about that.
All right, brilliant. Is there was there anything else that that caught your attention? You've spoken on Sheikh Gumi, have you? Or
I've spoken of. I missed most of those discussions because I missed most of those. So I don't know of any other topic we are going to talk on. So I like I said, I'm only seeing something positive. I'm only seeing. It's not. I'm not trying to patronize. Honestly, that's just because if I have.
Let me give you this perspective on corruption. If you will just give me like 2 minutes. Because I think when we talk about corruption, we, the citizenry, we are also at fault because we encourage it. I think it was Ukbiton TV that said that as soon as a member of our church, family, or Adubo is appointed a commissioner, PAMSEC, or minister, we jubilate, we throw parties, we praise God. Because why? We are expecting some largesse from that fellow. Let me give you 3 instances, or one, for example, which I've used here before. Take, for instance, Ola, you have a friend who went into the federal ministry as a minister and served. And when he came out, 2 years later, barely 2 years later, he came to your house on a Saturday morning and demand that you borrow, he wants to borrow maybe 5 million naira. And you talk with him and he left. And your wife comes into the sitting room and asks you, did I hear Mr. Lagbaja's voice? He said, oh, that's him. What did he come to do this early morning? Oh, he wanted me to lend him 5 million. What do you think your wife will say? Let me hazard a guess. This is what she will say. Minister for 4 years, 5 years, what was he doing there? Isn't that what your wife or my wife or anybody's wife will ask? Or children? Because we expect 5 million naira to be peanuts for an ex-minister. This is how we encourage it. Then 3 other instances. One, Dr. Victor Olunloyo was an academician and I think governor for your state for just few months before the coup took place. He visited Abiola before the days of SDP NRC, and he came in Ikeja. He came with very old Volvo, and MKO was surprised in escorting him out and said, Doc, is this your car? And he said, yes. Oh, professor, big wig like you riding this rickety car. He was surprised because he expected him to steal or to be corrupt. In fact, MKO gave him a brand new Mercedes. Then take the plight of a River State commissioner. This is a long story, way back. He served under Commodore Dieter Spiff, who is now the Ayanabo of Brass. And after so many years, like 10 years has passed when he served as commissioner, I think he went into a hard time. And he was at a bus stop in Port Harcourt, trying to struggle for bus. And somebody pushed him down and said, why are you coming here to struggle to enter bus with us? What were you doing with all your years of commissionership? That's the question a Nigerian asked an ex-commissioner. 3, look how Professor David Tam West died, unsung, uncelebrated. He died penniless. In fact, he said the first year when he was removed by Babangida as oil minister, he never received one Christmas card, not to talk about hampers. And when he was 12 months earlier, still a minister, they bring gifts in trailer loads. Trailer loads, it's not an exaggeration. Trailer loads, he gets gifts. So this is why I concluded that we are We, the people, are the problem. We, the people, are the problem because we expect them, we encourage them to steal. If a minister is there and his church needs a generator set, the first thing after the meeting is, we're going to make minister of this thing. After we all prayed that he became a minister, and he did. So he will give them a generator. Where would they do? They don't want to know where the money came from. So we have to, when we say we want to fix our nation, we have to fix ourselves first. Without fixing ourselves, we cannot fix Nigeria. Thank you, Mr. Ola, Open TV, and the rest of the panelists.
But let me disagree with you a little bit.
Okay.
When you say we are the one encouraging it, you may not be wrong, but I think we, as the one encouraging it, is just a symptom, not as if it's a systemic thing. We have the system that encourages corruption. Now, like what these governments, people in this government is suddenly saying now, which is the fact of it, is that when people cannot make their basic needs, because the basic function of the government is to provide security. When you say security this time around, we talk of food, everything. But when it comes to this aspect of shelter and food, people are not secured. So someone that maybe you graduated from school, you didn't get a job for like 10 years, and politics is the only way you manage to get money, they will want to save for the rainy days. And how are they going to save for the rainy days this time around? They are going to steal. That's the way it is. Now, the family that is poor, they'll be looking at that their friend or that their person that has managed to crawl into the seat of power to steal enough to make life better for themselves, because it's all about security. So poverty, or you can use the word poverty. So unlike here, when we are here now, look at so many Nigerians that we do the wrong thing in Nigeria. Immediately they go to this place, not because of the legal situation alone, but because they know that there's something for them to do rather than go through the stress of doing something illegal. They do everything to succeed. So if we have the same situation in Nigeria, it's going to be totally different. Okay, go back to the time we used to have our factory, our industry working properly. The level of corruption was not like this, because people will find something to do. Even we used to see politicians then that we even go and serve the like of Ambrose Ali, the like of Adekunle Ajasin, Bola Ige, the Jack on the day. They will not even stay, because everything they needed, they could find a legal way of getting those. But today, people will even retire. I'll be asking the Ekiti teacher to be going to Abuja to go and be doing some kind of a biometric enrollment. Before, why can't that biometric enrollment come to Ado Ekiti there or somewhere in Ekiti? So how are they not going to find a way? How are the people that are going to enroll them not find a way to make them corrupt, for example? Because they know these people travel from a far distance. And instead of asking them to come back, they say, okay, instead, pay this. People will gradually pay without going back. So if you have to make the system, when you eliminate corruption from that system, then you can talk. See, I like making an example out of Lagos. All of a sudden, a state that could not generate a billion in a month started generating like a close to 100 billion. How? Meanwhile, all those money were going to individual hands before. Look at how the system managed to reduce, I won't say eliminate, managed to reduce corruption within that area. Where were those money coming from? So they are saying, if you want to build a house, instead of you looking for money everywhere to build a house, we are going to give you mortgage. That's a way. So I expect some kind of the system to build some kind of credit system, not only credit system, and some kind of job and credit system that will be able to fund your basic needs. Instead of you looking for, I get an opportunity today, and you want to crash a company by stealing as much as possible because you don't know what is going to happen tomorrow. But if you have a credit system that said, okay, pay this, pay that, instead of say, okay, you want to build a house, you have to pay 40 million, bam. But someone say, okay, this is your 40 million, you can spread it over 40 years. It's another scheme entirely. So it's our system. Not that. See, if you carry Americans now, all the angelic Americans now, if you carry them and put them within the Nigerian system, they will fit in exactly. They will do exactly what Nigerians are doing, even not worse. Even they are not doing worse. Now go and look at those patriots. How come that they have corruption and legal issue when they find themselves in Nigeria, or maybe somewhere in Africa? It's just because the system already assimilate there to behave. It's just that when you are in Rome, behave like a Roma. It's not as if you want to, even if you don't want to behave like a Roma before, the system will force you to behave like a Roma. So if you are in
Exactly,
Nigeria,
this is why I attributed it to the people, because like what you just said now, it reminded me about, I can't remember actually, the young men and women in American embassy in Accra, Ghana. Do you know they were corrupted by the people of the Ghanaians? And how did the FBI discover? You know, they always have FBI in their list. These young men started buying electronics, expensive electronics, and started wearing good clothes. And you know, Americans, whites, generally, they don't care about clothes and things like that. But say again?
That's not true.
That's
sorry,
what?
sorry, I was talking to my son. Sorry.
Okay. So the whole thing blew up in their face, and they packed all this embassy staff and shipped them back to America and brought in new ones. So I want to say how the system, the people will always corrupt you. That's driving from what you said, that people in America, if they bring them to Nigeria, they may not behave differently.
I think Oriola wants to push back against what you said. Good to see you, Oriola.
Okay.
Oriola.
Okay, come in.
You already know that I disagree with what you're saying. Like,
yeah, bring your own slant to it.
Yeah, I see your point, but I actually don't. I felt okay. For example, you just said that if let's say me, I go from here, I go to Nigeria. Yeah, it's normal. Like you would try to adjust to the system, and you have to remember, our system does not make us like there's no. I don't think we have a goal as what we wanted. So because I'm hearing that okay, we can use technology, we can do it this way. If there's no goal as to where we're going, like we don't have an end point, what are we trying to do? Corruption, I don't you can't, corruption cannot be zero. We can totally like cure corruption. You can only like lower it. Like that's the thing. There's no problem that is solvable. You can't solve a problem completely, but you can actually prevent it or make it a little bit harder. So if I want to steal, I have to go extra mile before I can actually steal. So the fact that we're thinking is the people. So I know like during your time when the Buhari first came in and there was war against discipline, I think it was the one who did that. And people adjusted themselves because that's the law of the land. It's not like people just decide that, okay, I'm just going to do it. But because the law is there, and they know if you don't clean your environment,
was enforced.
Yeah, but when you make law, well, I know it's military time, so maybe the way it was doing it is too harsh. But you have to understand when the law is there and you abide by the law, and if you don't abide by the law, there's a discipline for you. So literally, people will always go against the law. Like if there's no, we will always want to go. We want to take the shorter route if there's no law in place. So I really don't think it's like the people. I think it's just the institution. I think people are not doing, and the people.
Yeah, like Ola said, yeah, it's the people like what we are saying now. Okay, take for instance, one money.
No, I didn't say it to people. I said the system, which is
the
what
system way.
Ola just
Okay,
said.
If one man is listening, maybe I'm sure he's younger then, but he will hear the story from the adults around him. In the 70s in London, where technology has not been introduced in car parks like that, I know people who made a kill and they are property owners today. Some of them dead and the children inherited. How did they do it? Were just the cutting ticket for people at car park, and then there's a wheel, special wheel. We had this coin machine at the car park also when you park on the street. So we use the wheelbarrow. It's a kind of bucket with tire, and then the handle you push it to collect the coins from the parks where they park, and it's a lot of money every day, and you have to go and dump it into a kind of moving bank, which they now take. And a lot of people made a fortune out of it until they started digitalizing that space, and it kind of cancel it out. But people who have made a kill, they made a kill out of it for years before that. This was in the 70s. One man can actually dispute this.
Yeah, but was that done by the government, or people just decide that they want money and they start collecting money if you park somewhere?
And that's why I say is the people, because side by side with white people who walk, you find out maybe Park A headed by, or line A by a white person brings in more money than that of the other person in line B, because one person sees it and the other person doesn't even think it.
Baba, if I may ask you a question, people still go on train without paying today, whether in America or in the UK, right? That's why you have the police or checker that will still check them to know whether they comply, right?
No.
It means that now let me switch you to, let me make an example now. You and I, if we have opportunity, there'll be some more that we don't want to pay for gas. I mean, the gas that we use to heat our houses. Sometimes if we have our way, we don't even want to pay for electricity or water, because those bills, how heavy it is. But the question is this: if we don't pay for those systems, if you disconnect us, can you go back and connect your water or connect your electricity back? Do you even have access to where that will be done? No.
You can't even do it in Benin Republic or Togo. You can do it only in Nigeria.
Yeah, you can. No, you can do it here. The example you cited about the train station, of course, I can jump over so there's a scanner that you have to scan your badge, whatever you use for payments. You can jump over it, but because they have law enforcement around and this camera, I know I'm taking a risk if I do it and I get caught. No, I'm trying to make a point to you that here people will always go against the law, but I know that there's a penalty for me if I get caught. But what we have in our own places, there's nobody enforcing. Like literally, if let's say a cop saw me do the wrong thing, if I give him some change, he would just didn't care. It's not being enforced, but it's not like that at the Western world, where if I know like my job is at risk if I don't take care of this, because first there might be a camera around, so that means that there's another booth where someone is monitoring that. So if I decide not to stop the person who I saw like is going against the law, I didn't stop him or find him, give him a ticket for what he just did, someone in the room will question me. And if I don't do it, the people around, like for example, if I see something wrong in my neighborhood, I can just call FBI or call 911. Same thing if it's in place, like in Nigeria, like just like we saw the train yesterday, if I see people just like hanging around close to the what is the to the rail thing, like I can just call like law enforcement, like I saw people doing this. But the thing is, our law enforcement, the institution that should be for those that's responsible for those things, would they do anything? So like we always blame the government. Like Tinubu cannot do anything. He's not responsible for this. He already
Oriola, what I'm even trying to say is you have to even pull the facility.
Ola, give me a second. Just 1 second, and then the conversation can carry on. Gentlemen, Thomas is not available, and Mike, I can't get hold of him, and I have to come off the screen. So I know Ajanle Koko has not spoken, but apologies to Ajanle Koko. What I will do is I'll take the conversation to the back room, and you can carry on. Let me acknowledge the super chatters. We had Nigerian Prince, we had Kolata, who stopped by. Ayo, of course, the official sponsor of the platform. That's Ayo doing his bit. So that's Ayo rattling it off. And that's Okuton TV saying his goodbye via super chat. So thank you to all of those. Sorry, it's a short-lived session, but I have something I have to do in the morning.
5 hours is not short too.
Yeah, so there's no one to take over for me. So let me come. Yes, I think Simba joins you as well at the last moment. So let me take it off the screen, and then the conversation can carry